the designated hitter, and that not even close. Both runners are going to move up. And, Tom, the wheels are already off of the first inning.
Yeah, they are. That's just an inside fastball that nicked off the glove of Javin Bates, who made a really nice throw down to second base, trying to nab the runner. It was just a little bit too late. But, yeah, I mean, it seems like throughout the last couple of games when their struggles have occurred, it has sprouted from pitch control and being able to throw strikes early in counts or at all. And we've seen walks on walks continuing to mount up, and that's what leads to these 20-run games. It's been twice now in the last 3 games that they've had 20 scored on them, and a lot of that leads from walks.
Here's Reinhardt out of Kalamazoo College, sophomore infielder from Rockford, Michigan. He swings and misses, so there's the first strike of the game. That's got to at least hopefully settle Castilla down a little bit here. Joshua Castilla, so imagine this is his 5th start of the season out of Walsh University in Sylvania, Ohio. That chop to third, it could be at least a play at the plate, and it is. They get him. They gun down Stoney Smith at the plate, so no run score, but there are still 2 on and 1 out, but that was from the first strike that Castillo threw to the last couple pitches there. That worked out pretty well for the Monarchs.
Yeah, and that's one of their power hitters there in Donovan Reinhardt. He had a walk-off home run in their last game against Jetbox, so a lot of those outfielders were thinking he was going to go deep, but heads-up play at third base over there by Jonas St. Antoine to throw home and get the tag.
Yeah, you've loved the new one of the newer players on this team, St. Antoine. He's a freshman from Pittsburgh University, from here in Michigan. Obviously, his teammate also goes to Pitt, Quinn Konashevsky. That down the pipe for a strike. Up now, Colin Cornwell. You might notice that name because his brother Connor Cornwell is on the Monarchs. And, of course, Colin, the older of the brothers. He's a senior, as bragging rights. Connor, a sophomore. I like to call him Can of Cornwell, but not Colin. He's on the opposing team, Tommy.
That's a nice rivalry they got going on. I mean, with only 6 teams in the North Division there, you're playing all these teams over and over. So
they're getting through them. And this Clippers team has been mowing down teams, unfortunately, especially the Monarchs.
Yeah.
What is that, 42 combined runs in 2 of the last 3 games?
Yep.
And outside the zone, 2-1. Castillo pitching here to the number 4 hitter, the left fielder and cleanup man, Colin Cornwell, out of Saginaw Valley State University. So runners on first and second. We're able to gun down Stoney Smith at home last time up. That right down the pipe for a strike. Good pitch there. Castillo, after hitting the batter in the helmet on the first pitch of the game, then a 4-pitch watch, seems to have really kind of calmed down a little bit, Tom.
Yeah, it's a nice battle back pitch right there. 2-1. You could fall down on the count, or you can come back with a strike, and he did just that.
Here's the 2-2, and that a little low. You don't want to load the bases with 1 down. Coming up next, Sheehan O'Connor, the shortstop.
It's a dangerous spot to be in here. Full count to the 4 hitter here in Cornwell.
Here we go. Payoff pitch, full count, Tommy. This is a big pitch, obviously the biggest pitch of the first inning so far, of the game so far. And that swung out and missed, fouled back, staying alive. BG style, Colin Cornwell. Cornwell came in averaging .333, good enough for 3rd best on the team. Actually, if you want to be technical, 2nd best, because you got Pisecki and Cairns tied at first with a .361 average coming in. Another payoff pitch here from Castillo on Colin Cornwell. And he goes to second, and it's into that center field. That's not going to help matters. And now both runners will move up in Pisecki and Reinhardt. And now you got second and third with 1 down, and it goes from bad to worse.
So if you're the shortstop in that situation right there in Sam Baker, you need to be at the bag when the ball is thrown. You cannot be running to the bag as the ball was thrown because he was trying to break towards the bag and catch and tag all at the same time. That's why it tipped off his glove into center field.
Perfectly said there, Tommy. Here's another payoff pitch, 3-2. Not even close, bases loaded. So, in essence, the steal was nice if you're a Clippers fan, but it ended up working out the same. Bases will be loaded with 1 down, but it sets up a possible double play. And I'll tell you this, if the Monarchs could get out of this top of the first with no runs scored, start, not ticker tape parading yourself, but pop a couple corks.
100%. And I think that's only going to happen here if Castillo throws strikes because Sheehan O'Connor, he's got to leave that bat on his shoulder for now because It's been 2 walks and a hit batter in just 4 hitters so far today.
And that one swung right back almost into Tom's hand. Thank God for protective netting. So 0-1, good start for Castillo. That was sliced in there. We don't have a radar gun here, but that was, I would say, in the upper 80s at least. 0-1 here, one down, bases juice, top of the first of a twin bill tonight, makeup game from a rain out last week. That not even close, almost. Oh, it did hit him. They're going to say umpire Tom Kowalski says that it hits him in the left arm, so they're going to walk in a run there. And boy, you walk the opening batter of the game on the first pitch with a hit and a helmet, and then you walk in a run for the first run of the game.
Yeah, even though O'Connor there went after the first pitch, he was smart enough to know that that breaking ball wasn't going to snap in, and didn't turn into it exactly, but did exactly what you need to do to take your base. And at this point in the game, you want to just get a few on the board before taking the field.
All right, so now the number 6 hitter, Brandon, I'm in the Lord of the Rings Shire, the first baseman. Shire looking to do some more damage here. And he is from Saginaw Valley State as well, a junior from Iona, Michigan. 1-1 count here. Bases are still juiced. 1-0 Clippers. If you had a no runs first inning bet, you lost. That outside, 2-1. By the way, was at the Rocket Mortgage yesterday, covered on Sunday. Tom, I got to take you there one of these years. It's fantastic. You would love it. Buckets of crab and shrimp. Lots of beautiful women, or guys if you're into that. And great golfers. Here's the 2-1, swung on and foul back towards us. So another chance to at least get closer to getting out of this inning. Last time this went to a 3-2 count, he hit the batter. You got to find a way to get Shire at worst out at the plate here and maybe get a double play.
Yeah, he was 2-2 on Cornwell back in the 4th spot. Threw a decent 3-2 pitch just off the plate and then tried the curveball, the off speed, and threw it way out of the zone. So I'm thinking he's probably going to go more with a fastball here, but on 2-2, you never know. He might throw the curveball, get him to chase.
Here we go. 2s are wild, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the first. Already 1-0 Clippers. That one borderline, but no, according to Tom Sansabal, our home plate umpire. We've got Sevy Johnson at second base.
We can do the 2 names of the recent Red Wings draft picks. Nate Danielson, Trey Augustine. Why not?
Well, I like Nate Danielson. He's got a good name for me. They walk in another run. That's Castillo's second walk of a run. He's actually hit 3 walks in the city, 1 hit batter and 2 walks with the bases loaded. So this is a situation where the Monarchs, with their lack of extra players today, are teetering on a very bad situation.
And if you look at the lineup, Dan, the 9-hitter is our pitcher, Joshua Castillo.
Yes.
That's how many guys we have. We have 9 guys for the Monarchs here. If he's not able to go the next couple innings, we're going to see several position players. And one of them, Jacob Gamini, was supposed to be here, not.
I wasn't going to out the guy, but he went to the wrong city.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we love Gamini, but Gamini yourself out of Muskegon and come to how? Listen, I called a basketball game a couple years ago, the HMI game of the week, and it was in Howe, and I went to Fowlerville. I went to Fowlerville twice in a row. That one check swing foul, so it's 1-1. Boy, you got to find a way to at least get an out here without another run scoring. I mean, this could be a situation where, I mean, when the pitcher comes out, if it's a rough start for Castillo, he's going to go play the field.
Yeah.
He can't just sit on the bench. There's no one left.
Probably second base, maybe right.
You got Jake Pear pitching game 2. I guess he could come in and play as a position player. And that outside on Caleb Sanders, the Colonel. The center fielder batting 7th, Caleb Sanders from Dayton. The Flyers, he's a freshman from East Point, Michigan. Here's a 2-1 pitch with 1 down, already 2 runs in, and that is in for a strike. He's had a 2-2 count, Tommy, on 3 of the last 4 batters, but yet 2 runs have scored on walking in the run the last 2 batters.
Got to find a way to finish these at-bats and execute your pitches.
All right, big pitch for the Monarchs and Castillo here just as the game has started with the bases juiced. And, oh, he wanted that. Framing it so nicely was Connor Cornwell, but Tom Sansabal did not think it was a strike.
Nah, it was a great frame, but the glove moved just a little too much. And as a home plate umpire, you see that pull of the glove a little bit, he's going to call it a ball.
Another 3-2 pitch. This is the 3rd batter in a row, and it's down the middle. He strikes him out. Oh, and Caleb Sanders started walking to first. Not the right move by the Colonel there. He's not getting the chicken or any mashed potatoes or anything. He's going to the bench and 2 down, and a ultra-important strikeout there for Castillo.
I love how Castillo went back to the breaking ball in the outside corner. Great pitch. It hadn't been working for him earlier in the inning, and he put it right on the outside corner there. Great pitch.
I wonder if Colonel Caleb Sanders will give me the secret recipe. I want the recipe. All right, here we go. Bases still loaded. That one fouled back by the number 8 hitter, Jabin Bates Motel, the catcher. number 35. He's undecided on where he's going to go to college next. He's a junior from Granville, Michigan. Nice area. You think it's really grand in Granville, or just kind of okay?
I'd say it's par.
I think it's egotistical to name your city Grandville. Like, why is it so grand more than other things? That outside, 1-1. You know, if you name your city Walled Lake and you have a lake, totally cool. If you name your city best of, like, you know, Missouri, it's a little egotistical. Hey, we're stretching here. It's really hot. I might start getting delirious. That one smacked over the head of Mason Malish, and that's going to score at least 2. They get the ball in, does Malish, and that's going to be a 4-0 first running. Tom, it's we're all going to affect it today with this heat. First inning run parade for the wrong side of the ledger if you're a Monarchs fan, and it's crazy because this is what baseball is, Tom. So close to getting out of the inning with no runs scored. You walk in a couple, you give up a big hit, and next thing you know, it's 4-0 top of 1.
Yeah, it was bases loaded with nobody out. And, one out, and there was a chance to get out of the inning, and just more walks compiled on. We talked about it pregame. Those 20-run games and those big losses all come from the walks, and that's kind of what we've been seeing here in the first.
And here's the 9th batter of the inning. They're going to at least bat through the whole lineup here. Luke Cairns, the right fielder. Cairns from Western Michigan. He's a Bronco, and he takes a strike right down the middle. That might be the best pitch that Castillo's thrown today. That was perfect.
I think so, too. That or the strike 3 on Sanders.
Yes.
Who,
well, that was the most important one.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
You can't be looking to walk there, too, if you're Sanders. Got to be looking to swing.
I can't believe he walked towards first. You don't want to show up Tom Sandoval. Now, if it was Tom Sandoval from, I know you're a huge Vanderpump Rules fan, you know, the pop culture story that's shocked the world. If it was Tom Sandoval, he might have called it a ball because he's more with a mustache. Here's the 1-1. That one right back to the pitcher, but it's going to be fielded easily by Mason Malish. It goes to second, and that's it. But 4 runs have been scored. The damage done. Can the Monarchs get a little momentum back by getting some runs across themselves? We'll find out coming up next on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back. Dan Leach alongside the great Tommy Cavanaugh. He's back from California. Actually went into space. Baker, the candlestick maker, the third baseman. And Baker out of Point U, Georgia, one of the 2 Point U players in this team. Prattville, Alabama is his hometown. Can he drive in St. Antoine? And guess what? He does. 2 pitches, 2 hits. Monarchs get back in this a little, and they score a run, so it's 4-1. And I mean, when you get 2 pitches and the first pitch is a triple and the second's an RBI single, that ain't too shabby.
Not against a good guy like this. This Clippers team not used to getting scored on so much. So if you can keep this up as the Monarchs and continue to beat up this starting pitcher in Gutierrez, they're going to have a pretty good day at the plate, and we're going to see a high-scoring ball game.
Yeah, Gutierrez should be an all-star. He's 3-0 with a 1.58 ERA, 17 innings pitched, 18 strikeouts, 9 walks, 10 hits on the best team by percentage in the game. Here's the 3-batter in the league, not all of college baseball. That would be LSU. How about that run? They were facing elimination of Wake Forest, beat them twice, and then rocked Florida, other than that middle game where they were embarrassed, but that's going to happen with metal bats. And here's Ethan. Every rose has his thorn. He's the left fielder. Ethan Rose out of Saginaw Valley State in Ypsilanti, Michigan. And that outside, so maybe a little shaky start here for Gutierrez. Maybe he was taking the Monarchs a little lightly today.
Yeah, or he got ready for that bullpen and sat down for 45 minutes to an hour in the top of the first inning there, and, got a little bit tight. Got to work that back out.
Maybe this 140-degree heat's getting to. Now, listen, I shouldn't complain. It's 3-0, by the way. 3 straight balls for Gutierrez on Ethan Rose. In Texas right now, it's like 115. It feels like 120. In Vegas, it's 114. So we're not complaining, but it's really hot. And at least it's going to get cooler as we go on here with this. There's a 4-pitch walk, by the way, so 2 on, nobody out, and the Monarchs can really get going here. If Scoop Harden, the first baseman, can knock someone in here. It's the most humid I can remember a game that we've had here in Howell. And this is, luckily, it's going to cool down a little bit, but almost 90, real feel 93 degrees at game time.
Yeah, my phone was showing 91 earlier today. So, I mean, especially up here it's tough, but on the field, you're looking at 100 degrees.
And they were saying, or check that, not St. Antoine, that is Sam Baker stealing third. So, you know what? As bad as things got, I mean, there was chances for the Monarchs to get out of a lot of trouble in the top of the first. But as bad as things got, they've started this inning pretty darn well.
Yeah, and Castillo, he's got another couple of innings to go. There's nobody warming up in the bullpen right now for the Monarchs, so he doesn't have that uneasy feeling of being taken out of the game.
Right. And here's the 1-0. And that smacked a mile in the air towards first. Shire should have it. He does. So just a loud high out by Scoop Harden, who we know has a flair for the dramatics. He walked off the first ever home game in the history of the Michigan Monarchs here at Cleary University. And here's the number 5 hitter. And this is the first time we've seen him having a bat here at Cleary in a home game. Number 34, Nate Saavedra, the right fielder. And he is the newest member of this squad. Oh, I'm sorry. It is Mason. They switched it around. It's Mason Milich. He's also a new member of this team from Schoolcraft Community College, Howell, Michigan. 86 at-bats this year, 24 hits, 279 for Schoolcraft. Is Schoolcraft the Fighting Staplers? Do we know what they are?
I drive by their logo every day. I should know this. I think they're the Ocelots.
The Osmosises?
I was right.
The Ocelots. All right, the Ocelots. Good job by our great PA man swinging a miss there. Oh, you said Ocelots?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Tom got it first. Sorry, Nickster. Tom wins the prize. Tom gets a whole bag of gummy bears. All right, here is the 0-2 pitch. Runners on first and third, and 1 run in, and they're going to say back easily is Ethan Rose. Mason Milich, the designated hitter. We do have Sam Thompson on the bench. I apologize. And that ball goes into the fence over there. It's going to easily score. Sam Baker, and coming around to third is Ethan Rose. So now it's 2-0. And much like the Monarchs, Tom, they almost had chances to get out of the first. Maybe no run scored. It looks like the Clippers had a chance too, and now all of a sudden, 2 runs and a chance to get a third here. Brand new ball game.
Dan, when you play with fire, you're going to get burned. They went over there 2 or 3 times to first base to pick him off. They were close, but that throw was spiked at the feet of the first baseman Shire. And, of course, that's going to be 2 bases. We've talked all about the foul line here and how much space there is. So you can't give up that run right there because of a pickoff to first base. And you can see right now, you got the pitching coach, Dion Felger there. He's giving it to him. He realizes what type of game this is. It's a much closer game than it should be at the moment. He did slap him on the butt, though. That's a positive side. At least he didn't slap him on the face. Logan Fleeter, of course, the head coach, bench coach Brian Wright, GM Walt Gal Kowalski. It's always a mouthful to say it. Of course, today, Kellen Caldwell and Castillo up in Alaska, so it's David Robinson and Peter Riley again. And we do have Andrew Batten, our great assistant coach. All right, so here's the 0-2 on Mason Milich. Runner on third. And, he checks the swing. Didn't matter anyway. It's a strike, and he's out. Nice pitch there after the meeting on the mound by Gutierrez, but still a chance for the Monarchs to cut this to a 1-run lead. Dare I say a home run, tie the game. Yeah, Malish there, too close to take on the corner. Got to put that ball in play, especially with less than 2 outs and the infield back. A ground ball to second gets the job done now, but let's see if Saavedra has some 2-out hitting in him. Yeah, here's the aforementioned Saavedra, who's a brand new member of this team as well, also from Schoolcraft. I'm pretty sure he's pretty good buddies with Mason Malish. He's a junior out of Southline, 126 at-bats, 34 hits, 270 average. Well, nothing more to welcome himself to his new team than driving in a runner and cutting it to a 1-run lead. And that check swing, it's going to be a strike, 1-1. Connor Cornwall already has half his catcher's gear on, but I wouldn't want to tempt karma. Take that off and get ready to bat. No, that's proper etiquette.
It is. And that swing and foul chopper back to the catcher there. Jabin Bates.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, Dan, if he takes those off, if he does come up to the plate and his pants are sticking to his leg.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a total stick monster. Here's the 1-2. Monarchs would love to cut this to a one-run leader with just Goodyear's one of the best pitchers in the league, struggling, but it's a swing and a miss, and he does strike him out. And the damage done, though, the Monarchs cut the lead in half. It looked pretty dicey after the top of the first, but we head to the top of the second now. Our new score, Monarchs 4, or excuse me, Muskegon Clippers 4, Monarchs 2 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. That's nice. Nice crowd on hand for this first of a twin bill. It's a makeup game from last week that got rained out. By the way, happy July 4th to one and all, to your great family, and we'll be calling a game on July 4th.
Yes, sir. You as well.
I was born on the 4th of July. So was Tom Cruise. That one not even close, and starts off the number one hitter here, Stoney Smith. They almost batted around in the last inning. Smith, the third baseman, takes one high, and now 2-0. Smith from Chattanooga State. Right through the Moccasins. That outside. 3-0. Right? I think they're the Moccasins, unless that's Chattanooga State. I think it's Tennessee Chattanooga's the Mocs. Oh, that over his head. That's the second time Castillo's done that. He's mad at himself. He obviously isn't trying to do this.
It's to Smith again. He was hitting the head on the
first pitch of the game. Hit him in the helmet. Any luck?
Scrappy.
Scrappy Moore?
Mockingbird.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. A Mockingbird. So I was right. It is the Moccasins. I thought Chattanooga State was just Tennessee Chattanooga, but all I know is the Chattanooga Choo Choo and the Charleston Chew, which I used to like as a kid. Here's the 3-1, and that high and outside, ball 4. So Smith has had 2 walks, one very unconventionally, and that one conventionally. One really will probably keep him up at night tonight. Maybe he needs a little Advil, but that one a normal walk after just one strike being thrown by Castilla. And as you mentioned, Tom, there's no one else here. I mean, you can't have the game 2 starter come in, and showing bunt there is Aaron Pisecki, the right fielder. Pisecki, a Kellogg Community College Rice Krispie treat. He's a freshman from Norton Shores, Michigan. I'll be honest, I know most of the cities in the state of Michigan. I know a lot of cities all over the world. I do not know where Norton Shores is.
No, there's a couple every time I look up the rosters that surprise me. I've never heard of.
Sounds like a great place. That one sprayed into left field. Runner will not advance past second in Stoney Smith. So 2 on, nobody out, and right back at it are this Clippers team. This time at least they're not getting hit by pitches, but they're manufacturing runners on base, and with a guy that's going to have to probably go most of this game, when you're down to 10 players and 1 extra pitcher, if you're the Monarchs, you got to find a way to have short innings, Tom.
Yeah, and Pisecki right there put a good swing on it, so you got to find a way to get weak contact as well. But that's that even keel, that medium you have to find of strikes, but weak contact.
Here's Reinhardt, came in averaging 293, 12 hits, 7 ribbies, and 9 runs scored. And first time up for him, he did score after getting into a fielder's choice. So look, even my scorebook skills are getting a little better. All because of Tom Cavanaugh. That one outside, 2-0. Yeah, Tom, it was very emotional without you. I mean, I did, of course, an incredible job, because I always do. I'm very humble. But with you, it's like we go from being okay to, like, legendary. Legend, wait for it, dairy.
Great show. My brother's favorite show, actually.
Oh, it's the best. 2-0, and it's now 2-1. That was a late call by umpire Tom Sansabal, but a big pitch for Castillo. Has struggled most of this game so far. He's had his moments where he's looking like he's about to get out of trouble, but then creates more trouble by walking in 2 runs. Some movement at second base from Smith, and calming down is Castillo, and getting ready for the 2-1 here on Reinhardt. Right out of Kalamazoo College from Rockford, Michigan. I know Rockford is. And that outside, 3-1. You don't want to load the bases here, Tommy, with nobody down. Make him put this ball in play at least.
Yeah, something up the middle. Give him a chance to turn a double play here.
That'd be so huge for them, momentum-wise and spirit-wise, with so few players here. Here's the 3-1. And that is down the pipe for a strike. Very delayed calls by Sandoval being on home plate tonight. I'm fine with it. He's making the right call.
Yeah, he's been having to think about it a little bit.
A little delay action. Just think out of robot ups. Here's an important pitch. This is the most important of the game so far. 3-2, nobody down, and a swing and a miss. Castillo gets him on strikes, and that was a huge out, TC.
Late break to that pitch right there. My goodness. Castillo dropped that one off the table. Reinhardt thought it was coming at him all the way, and then right at the last second it falls out. What a pitch. And he's done that twice now. Back to Sanders in the first inning, and now with 2 runners on base, gets another one. But he doesn't have much of a choice. He's got to work through another 2-runner-on scenario here.
Here's a cleanup hitter and left fielder Colin Cornwell, older brother of Connor Cornwell, today's catcher for the Monarchs. A little brother rivalry. I'm sure his brother right now is saying some things that are probably upsetting him on purpose, but they're brothers. They're allowed to do it. Probably talking about maybe some mistakes he made as a child. Tests he didn't score good on, but that time he might get the better of his brother, and it's into right field, and it's over the head of the center fielder Dower, scoring easily as Smith, and it'll be second and third with 1 down. It's now 5-2, and what do you think happened there? It looked like he had a beat on it, but he wasn't going to be able to get to it, but then it went over his head. Don't you always want to play it behind the ball?
Yeah, Saavedra is another one of the very new players. He has not yet played at Lake Trust Stadium, so he's not aware of the bounce that you get out here. We see it with our opponents all the time. A lot of those fly balls will hit and they'll go over their heads, and we'll get an extra base or so. It's got to, you got to be a little better if you're the home team right there coming on. Got to know they're going to take the bounce there, but you're right. Got to stay behind the ball.
Here's Sheehan O'Connor, the shortstop, and he takes a strike down the middle from Joshua Castillo, who has definitely been laboring. First time up, Sheehan O'Connor was hit by a pitch and did end up scoring. He's one of the 2 batters that have been hit today so far. Here's the 0-1. And that one smacked to left. Getting it is Ethan Rose, and it's over his head. He had no chance at it. 2-run score easily, and dig it in to second base with a stand-up double is Sheehan O'Connor. And listen, things were looking a little spicy and maybe positive for the Monarchs after that strikeout of Reinhardt swinging, and the next thing you know, they've tacked on 2 more at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, he threw the best pitch to Reinhardt to strike him out, and then the next 2 were belted. And I know Cornwell's wasn't hit super hard, but Sheehan gave that one a ride.
And here's Brandon, Lord of the Rings Shire, the first baseman. Oh, the ball to center field as they tried to get O'Connor at second. He's into third easily. That's the 3rd time that has happened today. Twice to the Monarchs, once to the Clippers so far.
My question is why? I mean,
you don't need to.
It's already a 5-run game. Your offense is going to need to score double digits most likely to win this ball game. So don't give him extra bases there and try to pick him off because he's got a big lead. They're kind of baiting you into taking those throws down there, and we've seen from both teams so far not able to make the pickoff throws, and they've led to extra bases.
To me, Tom, it seems like Castillo should just focus on pitching the ball today and not worrying about these runners on base. It's messing with his head. You can tell. Obviously, he knows he's the only guy out there today unless they want to bring in a position player to pitch because you got to save Jake Peer for game 2. And I think that it's really affecting the way he's throwing some of these batters.
Dan, you see it all the time, Little League up to the pros. When guys are, worried about the base runners and stuff, you'll hear someone from the dugout say, hey, focus on the hitter. Focus on the batter. Don't worry about anything else. He's not doing that right now.
And that down the pipe, but it's outside due to the thoughts of Tom Sandoval. So we got first and third now, 1 down. Already 3 runs in. It's 7-2. Just when you thought maybe these shorthanded Monarchs could turn this game a little on its head, it goes right back towards the Clippers.
And if you're playing any other team in this North Division, besides maybe Lima, they're not going to come back like this.
No.
You might see a few more runs, but those 2 teams, the Locos and the Clippers here, they're going to answer back if you punch them in the mouth.
And there's a foul tap back towards us from the 7-hitter Caleb Sanders, the center fielder. East Point, Michigan. Sanders on the season so far averaging just .04. That's not a good batting average, but he definitely's got great speed. And that outside, so it's 1-1. First and third for the Clippers. They already have got 7 on the board, 3 in this inning. And if you're just joining us, thanks so much. Happy holidays. But Monarchs have 10 total players and 1 extra pitcher. And that hits him in the helmet. And that's the second time a Clippers batter, including the first pitch of the game, was hit on a helmet. It looks like Sanders, they got is okay. Obviously, Castillo's not trying to do this, so it's not like there's some rivalry or beef going on between these two teams that will clear the bench this time. But what are you going to do if this keeps happening? You can't just leave him out there.
No, you got to go. He's going to finish this inning for sure.
For sure.
But David Robinson and Peter Riley, the two coaches for the Monarchs, need to get in the dugout. And if they don't have anybody, they got to say who threw in high school or who got a few innings in college, because we cannot let 36 go out there for another 4 innings and try to finish this game out. His arm's going to be toast in 2 innings. He's already in the 50s.
Right. Here's Jamin Bates, the catcher, the 8 batter, takes the ball outside. Are you surprised that they didn't go out and visit him in the mound so far in this game, either David Robinson or Peter Riley? Because, I mean, and the other thing is he's been struggling, but he's also looked really good at times. It's just this really weird kind of balance right now, that at big moments he's had issues, but then in other moments he's looked like he could totally take back the control of this game.
Yeah, unless they told him something in the dugout beforehand, like, hey, we're going to just let you go out and pitch. I think they got to go out there at least once to give him a breather, you know.
Here's the 2-1, and there's a strike. You know, if I'm a Clippers batter, I'm letting Castillo throw to me. I'm not trying to chase anything right now, because the majority, like 70% of his pitches under the stat in front of me, have been balls.
Yeah,
and he's hit a couple of guys. Hit a few guys, 4 guys. And that outside. And it's not like Castillo has been bad this year. Yes, he doesn't have a decision, and he's got a 10 ERA, but he's started 2 games. He's pitched 12.2 innings. He's given up 12 walks, 18 hits, 8 strikeouts. I mean, he's let around some runs, but he hasn't been terrible. It's a lot of onus on one guy when you have one other pitcher that you know of that's pitching game number 2 of a twin bill. It's foul back.
Tough mentally as well, as he knows that he's staring down in his bullpen. He's got nobody there, so I guess there's a relief part of it, like, hey, this is my game to work with. But if you're struggling, it's very tough to look down there and not see any help.
Big 3-2 pitch, bases juice, 7-2, and it doesn't matter. He walks in the 3rd run of the first inning and a 3rd. It's now 8-2, and just Garrett, to double check with the team operations manager, official score, and mascot, there is a mercy rule in this game? There is not. All right, this could really be bad. All right, no mercy rule. I thought there was. Here comes Peter Riley, as we just aforementioned why they did not been out there yet. And I think they're going to have a serious discussion about, is it worth it to keep him out there? Or, listen, you're not throwing well, but we don't have anybody else, so can you just kind of relax and do it? I mean, listen, I got to be honest. I get the amazing experience of majority of the team going to Alaska, playing that midnight game, 118 edition, all that cool stuff. It's a really cool thing, especially for this league. But in the same breath, you can't forget about the team that's here, and you have hurt your team by taking the majority of your team away, and then you have situations like this time. It's like, I totally get why they went to Alaska. It's fantastic. But at the same time, what about these guys? What about the non-Alaska guys?
I completely agree with you, Dan. I mean, there's a lot of talent still here, but it's so much tougher. I mean, you look at other teams around this conference, this North Division here. I didn't have to change the Clippers lineup one time when going back and looking at it. Their roster stays the same. They have the same guys showing up to all the games. With the Clippers, it's hodgepodge. With the Monarchs, it's hodgepodge. You get a few guys here, a few guys there.
It creates imbalance. And
thank you. Exactly.
It's one of those things where you want consistency, and I get it. Like I said, I'm so glad the Monarchs were in Alaska, but these kids want more than just halibut. Luke Cairns, by the way, is batting here. He's the 9 batter. They're about to bat around in the first 2 innings twice. And that outside, 1-1, still bases juiced. 8 runs are in. 4 have been walked in. 1 with a guy that got his noggin hit by a pitch. Here is the 1-1, and that is outside. That time, Tom Sandoval did not have a late reaction, just called it a ball.
And I think from his perspective, just kind of how this game's going to start to unfold, his zone just has to get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, for sure. And that ball sprayed foul into the woods, and you got a kid that's really excited to go get that ball. Don't think you're keeping that little monster. Just kidding. I don't care.
Well, and Dan, it's not like we're choosing to be negative here. Like they
seriously
don't have another option on the mound pitcher-wise, or else they're going to have to go to someone in the field here.
There's the 2-2 right back into the pitcher Castillo, and it's through to the center field. And Jason Dower, it's going to score another one, and in third is easily as Jamin Bates. So Sanders in. It's now, I'm sorry, two more. It's 10-2 as Sanders and Shire got in there. And just like that, it's an 8-run game in the second inning, Tom. There's still only one out, runners on second and third, and you just feel for Castillo right now. You just feel for the guy.
I know, and there's nothing worse than being out there on the mound after walking guys and giving up hits in the gap, and you know you're all alone. Like I wasn't a pitcher, but I feel for him for sure just being in this spot.
Well, there's a strike down the middle to Stoney Smith. They've now literally batted around at +1, and we're still in this top of the second with one down. I mean, that is a rarity in Major League Baseball. In a Major League Baseball college league, it's rare in any league. And that on the ground could at least get one out, and it does not. In to score is Jamin Bates. He could hold on to scoop hard, and it was a nice attempt there by Baker, but too low, and it's 11-2. And now you've got runners on the corners again, one down. Piasecki up the right fielder, and it's just gone from bad to worse to garbanzo beans.
Yeah, Dan, did you catch that game between the Angels and the Rockies last week when it was 23-0
yes.
in the third inning?
I sure did, and that one in the air to left to Ethan Rose, he gets it, so it's 2 outs, but running or scoring easily on the tag there is another Monarch, and that time it is Luke Cairns, or another Clipper, excuse me. Sorry, I've lost all track of count here because we have 12 runs already in, and we are still in the second inning. It is 12-2. I saw that game, and I saw that the Angels were a live -1 million. I made that up. There was no line. At one point, they were -23.5 runs in like the fifth inning. You want to take the Rockies plus 23.5? I mean, it's crazy in a Major League Baseball game. But this is a great feeder league to the minors, and hopefully eventually for some of these kids, maybe down the road, the major leagues. And this is bad. It's 12-2. 12-2 in the second, and for a strike. So 1-1. Castillo, you got a feel for this kid. He's the only pitcher other than Jake Pierce pitching game number 2. Brandon Shire, or check that, excuse me, Donovan Reinhardt up, the designated hitter. And that ball sprayed back. I think that actually went over the protective netting. And there goes that kid again. His name is DeChunchiak. DeChunchiak's our little ball gopher today. Sure, he's a big baseball guy. 1-2 count. Can Castillo get out of the inning just allowing 8 runs? And he can on that pitch. That looked pretty close to me, Tommy.
It did, and you can tell right now Castillo is only throwing his breaking ball. He cannot get his fastball over for a strike right now, so Reinhardt is sitting on the off speed, and that's why he's seeing multiple hits.
Yep, and you can't, outside the zone now 3-2 count, you can't have any issue with the Clippers. Like, they don't care if they score 50 runs. I mean, I'm sure that these guys, a lot of them are friends, a lot of them go to the same schools. You got the Cornwalls on opposing teams that are brothers. They're going to do whatever they can to keep playing, and scoring runs. But it just seems like it's almost unfair to weigh that into foul territory and out of play. So it's 3-2 still. You've got a runner on first. And 8 runs in. It's 12-2. I wish that was not a true statement, Tom. Your first game back, I think you're the jinx. I'm kidding.
You might be right.
And there's no chance. You're too great of a guy to be a jinx. Here's the 3-2, and that chop towards the second baseman. Can they end the inning? The scoop, 2-scoop is good. That time from Mason Malish, and the inning mercilessly is over. 8 runs in, a 12-2 lead for the Clip Joint. Bottom of the second coming up next on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back here with the great Tom Cavanaugh. And, wish we had better news to report, but these short-handed Monarchs are in a lot of trouble. And we were just discussing during that break in the inning, there's no mercy rule because both these games are 7 innings. It's a doubleheader. Would the Monarchs, and we don't want them to have to do this, but to save injury possibilities and have a chance to win game 2, would they, if it gets really bad, maybe forfeit the game? Because you don't want to. I mean, Joshua Castillo can't keep pitching like this. What does he have? 60 pitches? There's the first pitch swinging into the center field is Connor Cornwell, so that helps. But it's 12-2. Castillo's thrown a ton of pitches. He's
at 81.
Yeah, 81 pitches in 2 innings. He's the only pitcher tonight, other than Jake Pear for game 2. He's hit 2 batters in the helmet. He's walked in 4 runs. I just don't think it's fair to keep leaving him out there. But in the same breath, I guess you can maybe let him go a couple more, but you're not. He's 81 pitches.
I know. It's such a tough spot to be in.
I feel for him. It's not his fault. I mean, obviously he had a bad start at times, but he had a lot of onus on him. It's a lot of pressure. He's the only guy, and give credit to the Clippers. They've taken advantage. Here's Jason Dower, the center fielder. Almost hit me in the face there if there was no net. Jason Dower, batting 7th, the center fielder, and he comes into this ball game with a 143 average. He's played 8 games so far. A very mismatched numbering for some of the Monarchs players because of the people in Alaska, some of the new players. Some guys have played 8 games, 12 games, 3 games, first game. So not a lot of consistency there. Here's the 1-1. And Gutierrez, after kind of being roughed up in the first for a minute, was one of the better pitchers in this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. Has definitely calmed down towards the end of that first inning, but he did allow a first pitch or a first batter hit into the center field beautiful logo. Here's a 2-1 on Dower, and that swung back towards us. Isn't it crazy, Tom? So we're in the bottom of the second. I believe we're at 23 Clippers that have batted. If my math is right, and this is the 7th Monarch.
21 right now.
I was close. I just think of Michael Jordan's number.
Still, I mean,
yeah, it's crazy.
That's crazy.
And there's the 2-2 chop towards. Ooh. Oh, they're going to say it was foul, and hopefully, it looks like Dower's okay. He's laughing at Cornwell. Or check that, Jamin Bates, Cornwell, the Monarchs catcher.
Sometimes, even if you don't get hit, and it's a little, dribbler like that, you play it off like you got hit.
Well, you're like, oh!
Because you're pretty much out right there. That could have made a double play.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to play it off, and sometimes that home umpire, he'll throw those hands up and call it foul if you do a nice acting job.
That's why I love having you. You play the game for many years, very high level, and have great analysis. That one smack to left. Can he get to it? He can't. Oh, falling down and catching it is Colin Cornwell. Only thing worse would have been if that was Connor Cornwell at the plate. And one down. For the first time tonight is Joshua Castillo, who I thought was not batting in this spot, but he is. So Castillo, the pitcher, has already had a rough day on the mound. Now it's the bat as the DH because one of our players, I'm not going to say who it is again, went to Muskegon. Maybe there's a good pizza place in Muskegon. Swinging a miss on Castillo.
He was mesmerized after the game when they went there last week.
And I do not believe, just want to double check here, that Castillo has batted this year. He is not. So his first at bats, obviously a pitcher, swing and a miss.
Yeah, he's going to see 3 fastballs right down the pipe right now. And he did not come close in the first 2 here. But you never know.
What do you want to bunt here?
He's an athlete. I like it, but his chances aren't that high. But he does not try very much to bunt.
And that gets a piece of that one, swings it back towards us. All right, stays alive there. I like the cut there on Castillo.
Oh, yeah. You got a little piece. I mean, he probably hit in high school. Maybe got a few at-bats in college. You never know. But, I mean, it's so tough when you're focusing on one aspect of the game as a pitcher, and you just got to, pivot and get in the box the next inning. That's I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. That stays alive and gets it into the third baseman for 1, and then the first for 2. 2 for the price of 1 for the wrong team, and that's the end of the second. And my man Tom Cavanaugh gets to take over and call the entire inning, so it's like a 3-cigarette inning. But don't smoke out there, kids. All right, it's 12-2, Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the third inning. Welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you all of the action here in the third inning. We're going to have a pitching change. Joshua Castillo is done on the mound. Second baseman Mason Malish will come in to pitch. Castillo will move from the mound to third base. Third baseman Jonas St. Antoine is now playing second. So we're going to kind of square all that away, but as we've been talking about in the first few innings, you didn't have anywhere to put Joshua Castillo if he had a rough outing, which he did, and had the bat in the 9-hole, did a great job of fighting off a 3-2 pitch. Unfortunately, a double play was turned, but got to give him a lot of credit for swinging it. But Mason Malish comes in. This is his first appearance on the mound in his young career with the Monarchs. But, I mean, you just look at how this game has unfolded so far. Head coach David Robinson and first base coach Peter Riley are counting on Malish here to just throw strikes. In a 10-run ball game early on, you want to put that ball in there to let this Clippers team try to get themselves out in a way. Obviously, he's going to try to mix in a little bit of off-speed action, strike these guys out, but more times than not, that's just how baseball works. These guys are going to roll it over, pop it up, or find themselves out some sort of way. So we're going to see how things roll on, hoping that the Monarchs have a little more control on the mound. Mason Malish, your new pitcher. Castillo's at third. St. Antoine moves to second base. Everybody else the same all around. Colin Cornwell, the left fielder, leads things off. He's got 2 at-bats already through first 2 innings of play. A walk and a double, RBI double for him. He has also scored both times. Malish not coming in at anything higher than 75, 77 miles an hour right now, and sometimes that is an advantage for the pitcher. You see all the time some of those position players in the major leagues come on to throw 45, 50 miles an hour, and you get a rollover, or you get a pop-up to the second baseman. You never know. Top of the third inning, 12-2 is our score. The Clippers looking for win number 14, and that's 4 balls in a row from Mason Malish for a leadoff walk. And in all 3 innings, it's been a leadoff man aboard, a leadoff free pass. Stoney Smith was hit by a pitch to lead off the game. He was then walked in the second, and now Cornwell here in the third walked on just 4. Sheehan O'Connor, he's got a double, also hit by a pitch, scored twice. First pitch from Malish, way high and in, near the head of O'Connor. He's just got to find a way to put it somewhere close, but these Clippers are going to start swinging. They understand the score. They're not going to continue to take walks. They want to go after the ball. That ball is low and outside. Got to give the Monarchs some credit, though. Besides that ball that was turned for a double play to end that last second inning, they've had good swings. Nice pitch from Malish, gets a cut and a miss. Sheehan O'Connor moves to 2-1 now. That fastball a little high. Got a bit jumpy on that one. Cannot blame him for that. Man on, nobody out. Cornwell sits at first. He was walked. Get you the final line for Castillo in a minute. The ball misses. 3 balls and 1 strike now to the second batter in this inning. 5 batter in the lineup, Sheehan O'Connor. Plays a very, very clean shortstop. He's there pretty much every game for the Clips. Ball 4, high and in. So just 1 strike in the first 9 pitches for Mason Malish. And you can tell he's an infielder that does not pitch very often or ever. That's not his fault, obviously, but in a situation where you don't have any other arms to go to, your coaching staff for the Monarchs have to look around the infield or the outfield and say, hey, who can throw right now? Who's able to get on the bump and throw strikes? On the corner, 0-1, nice pitch to Brandon Shire. He hasn't lifted the bat off his shoulder today. He's 0 for 0 with a pair of walks and a run scored. Swing and a miss, down 0-2. Nice pitch on the outer half from Malish, cutting away. That's just the kind of spin you get. Malish probably gripping a 4-seamer or a 2-seamer, getting that fade away. 0-2, not close, high and outside. Malish in the stretch with 2 guys on, nobody out. Breaking ball high and outside on the 1-2. And I can kind of relate to what Malish is going through here back in high school. That was not a pitcher whatsoever. That pitch is high. Another breaking ball that misses over the head. But we're playing a Rochester High School, getting kicked around, and come in from right field, and I threw about 10 pitches before taking a laser beam right off the foot. I was out for the rest of the game. 3-2 pitches inside for ball 4. So, I mean, I was throwing meatballs up there, and we're getting tattooed. And Malish right now just unable to find the zone, and we got the bases loaded with nobody out. So, possibly another very long inning unfolding here for the Monarchs in the field. Wind is billowing towards center field right now. It was moving straight out to right and then moving in. It's now moving towards left a little bit. Caleb Sanders on the first pitch pops it up in foul ground. Calling for it, Scoop Harden. He's going to squeeze that for out number 1. Nice grab. So Caleb Sanders, who was 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch, pops out to first for a very crucial first out after 3 walks in a row to load him up. And Sanders struck out looking back in the first with a couple on, and now pops out with the bases juiced. Might be an approach thing or just a small thing in his swing that's popping it up and not allowing success. That's a first pitch ball, missing low to Javin Bates. 2-run single back in the first, also scored with a walk last inning. 1-0 to Bates, pulled on the ground. Scoop Harden makes the play, he's going to throw it on to second. They tag the bag, the throw is haywire. But Sam Baker able to make the grab and slap second base with his glove with the ball in it. 2 outs, a run will score though as Cornwell comes in 13-2 now, Clips on top. So a fielder's choice for Bates as they could not complete the double play, but hot shot to Scoop Harden, he made a nice play, but the throw was off. First and third, 2 gone. Fastball high from Malish. Luke Cairns, he had the 2-run single last inning, grounded out in the first. So, I mean, you look up and down this scoreboard, everybody has either scored, everybody has scored once. Colin Cornwell leads it. He scored all 3 times, once in every inning. 2-0, misses down and away. That pitch wanted to stay on the corner, but just fell down and out. 3 balls, no strikes to the 9-batter, Luke Cairns. Waiting on deck, Stoney Smith. May see some substitutions later in this game, but remember, folks, we have a doubleheader, 2 7-inning matchups here, so maybe that second group or that second wave for the Clippers might come on later on. Malish gets a strike there. It's 3-1. Delivers a fastball. It's popped up out of play. We're going to go to a full count. Joshua Castillo started the contest. He went 2 innings, gave up 12 runs, 7 walks, 2 strikeouts. It's now Mason Malish, who's got 2 outs here in the third, trailing by 11. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Mason Malish gets his very first strikeout as a Monarch on the mound, and it's just 1 run in the third. We go to the bottom half, 13-2. Clippers tack on another one. Nice strikeout from Malish. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Bottom 3 action here from Howell, Michigan. Lake Trust Stadium, Cleary University, home of the Cougars and home of the Michigan Monarchs. They trail big in this one. 13-2. Kind of catch you up to this point. It was the Clippers' early 4 runs. The Monarchs clapped back with 2 to bring it into a 4-2 ball game, and then the Clippers once again exploded for 8 runs in the top half of the second. Made it 12-2 and added on to that in the top of the third. It'll be Jonas St. Antoine, who just moved from third to second base. Likely be parked there the rest of the game, barring any other substitutions or changes, but you never know. First pitch to Antoine, nubbed off the end of the bat to third. Nice play on to first. Stoney Smith handles that one with ease, 1 gone. Here comes Sam Baker. RBI single, his first time up, back in the first inning. You check out the other side of this scorecard here. The Clippers, they've all batted 4 times in 3 innings. Excuse me, 3 times in 3 innings, and this is just the second at bat for the top of the lineup for the Monarchs. Popped up just out of the glove reach of Javin Bates. Baker tried to bunt it down the first base line, and Bates laid out for it just out of the reach of his glove. Oh, man. I like the idea there from Sam Baker. Got to find a way to put base runners on. You're not going to get it all back at once. Wind now blowing out hard to right field. A little bit of cloud coverage. Some weather might be moving in here to Howell. I know the last couple days, if you've been around Metro Detroit or the entire state of Michigan, that fog or that smog from the Canadian wildfires moving in and just giving a weird, eerie smell and look to the sky. Swing and a miss. Sam Baker down 1-2 now. Today, though, it's been the best day I can remember in the last 3 or 4 when it comes to air quality and just looking around. You can see the tips of the trees without a little bit of fog. Daniel Gutierrez delivers the 1-2 pitch. This one's on the ground to third. Gobbled up by Stoney Smith. Long throw for him. The pick. They got him at first. Stoney Smith. Beautiful throw and the pick from Brandon Shire at first. 2 gone, and that's why the Clippers are 13-2, man. They win a lot of close games because they make close plays like that. Two plays for Stoney Baker in the inning. We'll see if he can finish it off with the lefty, Ethan Rose, step into the dish. Daniel Gutierrez was shaken up in that first inning. A triple, base hit, and a walk to start things off, and he's retired everybody since. Besides a Cornwell single back in the second inning, 2 strikeouts, 4 groundouts, a flyout. Why not? They're going to try to stretch him as long as possible. As he gets a swing and a miss from Rose there. Fastball down and in. Just from the eye test, he looks to be 88, 89, maybe touching 90s. Rose walked, was stranded at third back in the first inning. That breaking ball spiked up. Javin Bates gets a nice finger on it. Lights have not turned on yet. It's approaching 7 p.m. Start time for game 2 around 8 o'clock. We'll see if that still stands. 2-1 pitch is just low. Gutierrez on the mound with the stretch with nobody on. Love to see it sometimes, usually from relievers, but a starter not really, as the 3-1 fastball is low and inside. Ethan Rose, he walks for the second time today. So it's a 2-out base runner for Scoop Harden, who was very involved last half inning at first base. Caught a pop-up, almost turned a double play, and he's in the cleanup spot. Popped out to first base his first time. Ethan Rose with speed at first. There's a chance he goes to try the arm of Bates. We've seen Cornwell throw down once. That was just a little bit late on the throw, but we haven't seen Bates go yet. He's getting ready to do it. 1-0 pitch is flared out to right field. Going to get out of play towards the bullpen of the Clippers. 24 strikes, just 14 balls for a total of 38 pitches. Daniel Gutierrez trying to get out of another inning here. 1-1, down and out. Good velocity on that fastball, just misses for Scoop Harden. Scoop plays all around the infield. Has an appearance on the mound as well this year. 2-1 to him. Swing and a miss. That front shoulder pulling out towards the third base line. Evens up the count 2-2. Gutierrez sets the 2-2. Broken bat on the ground between short and third. Stoney Smith toss on to second. And Stoney Smith, the third baseman for the Clippers, records all 3 outs in that inning for the Clippers. We're going to go to break. Top of the 4th coming up. 13-2 is your score. Monarchs trail here from the Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh back here, Lake Trust Stadium. Great job by Tom as always. As now we start at the top of the 4th, the Monarchs find themselves down 13-2, and we talked about Castillo not being left out there, and the call was heard. I'm not saying they listen to us, but Mason Malish is on. He's one of the newest players in this team, primarily an infielder, but he will be in, I would think, Tom, maybe the rest of the game. It's very possible that umpires stop and fix here, Tom Sandoval.
Oh, they're letting him know on the substitution at third base.
Yep, and at third is Sam Thompson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Great work as always, my friend. All right, here is the pitch, and that is sky high off the bat of Stoney Smith, who's batting for the 3rd time in 4 innings. And it's going to be fielded easily by the candlestick maker, Sam Baker, who goes back into the outfield in his shortstop position. So 1 up, 1 down, 1 pitch, 1 down.
Yeah, it was the quickest inning in the 3rd for Mason Malish, the only position player that's thrown in this game. He's the reliever here, but I mean, he walked the first 3 guys but found a way to get 7, 8, 9 all out.
And Tommy, I don't know if we could try to maybe find his pitching stats if he has any, but of course Malish, Schoolcraft College, a junior from Holland, 86 at bats, 24 hits, 279 average, and that one inside. It's 1-1 on Aaron Pisecki, who's also batting for the 3rd time in 4 innings. So yeah, no pitching stats for the oscillate Malish, and that chop towards Jonas St. Antoine, he'll make the play easily to Scoop Harden, and it's 2 up, 2 down. So maybe Mason Malish was exactly what the doctor ordered. Once again, we don't want to make it sound like we are piling on Castillo. It was not. I mean, yeah, did he have a bad performance at times? Sure. Not your fault when you're the only pitcher that is planning on being in the game. Now, obviously, Jake Peer, last week when you were out of town, Tom, in another one of the shorthanded games, went a complete game shutout and won it 2-0 against the Jetbox. So it's one of those things where you can't hope that happens all the time, but I'm sure that before the game, this team talked with Castillo and said, listen, we're probably going to need you to go the whole way, or at least most of it. It's a 7-inning game. Didn't work out that well, but it's not on Castillo. This team is doing the best they can. What I like about the Monarchs, Tom, aside from obviously all the great people that are put this team together, is that even though the majority of this team is in Alaska, during this stretch where they've had to play games shorthanded, and obviously today a 2 7-inning game doubleheader shorthanded with 10 players and 1 extra pitcher, here's the 3-0, and the smile from Malish gets the strike call. Oh, nope, thought it was a strike call, but it's a 4 pitch walk to Pisecki. But I'll tell you, get along. They care about each other. There's a lot of camaraderie. It's not like these guys aren't enjoying themselves. Obviously today they're not because the score sucks. But this is a team that you've seen with guys like Sam Thompson and the leaders. And Jonas St. Antoine, one of the new players as a freshman, that was smacked off the bat of Colin Cornwell, and it's going to fall into the gap there in front of Dower. So first and second with 2 outs. Hopefully Malish can get out of this one here with no further damage. But I've been impressed to see that this team is stuck together. The guys here, we're calling them Monarchs South. And obviously they're having a great time up in Alaska. It's not either of the split squad's fault, but when you put the home team against some good competition at a disadvantage like that, what do you expect is going to happen?
Yeah, you really just got to credit these guys for coming out here every day and competing, because it's tough sometimes, especially on a day like this when it's super hot.
Right.
You're approaching July 4th. You want to go on vacation with your friends.
You want to get on the water ski boat, have some hot dogs, maybe some fireworks legally.
Build some rockets.
Yeah, go in some rockets.
Yeah, but, I mean, these guys coming out here every day competing, loving baseball, it shows their character, shows their competition level, and why they're college ball players.
And that's why we love calling these games. We just feel for the kids sometimes. They're college players. These guys are getting paid. And outside 3-0, he's thrown 4 or 7 straight balls, has Malish. And got to give Malish credit. He's not a pitcher. He's never pitched in college before. Maybe he did in Little League. But he's an infielder, and that is a strike. There you go. By the way, it's cooled down a little bit. It's supposed to cool down about 4 more degrees. It's 87 right now. There is some possible rain floating around for the next 4 days. It'll be that way. And a swing and a miss. The off-speed by Malish crosses up Sheehan O'Connor.
He struck out Luke Cairns to end the 3rd inning on a nasty breaking ball on the outside.
Well, wouldn't this be something if he can get another strikeout here and end the threat? And the runners go, and it's fouled back towards us. Nice crowd on hand today here at Lake Trust Stadium. I mean, it's not as hot as it is, like I said, in Texas or, parts of, the South right now. But it's been warm, but now it's probably a nice night for baseball. And there's the runners in motion. Doesn't matter. It's a walk. And the base is juiced full of Clippers now. And stepping into the plate for his 3rd at-bat in 4 innings is Brandon Shire, who is a big Lord of the Rings fan.
Dan, all those West Coast and the southern states, they get heat all year round. We're like taking a boiling pot of water and sticking it in the freezer and then pulling it back out every couple
It's like when you go to the beach, you see people with really, really white legs. That's us. You live in Texas, you live in California, you live in Arizona, New Mexico, you're used to it. I'm a big Vegas guy. It's 114 degrees there this week.
No pool saving you.
No. Luckily in Vegas and places like that, it's dry heat. It's still hot. I mean, when you're walking on the strip on the pavement, if you're not completely naked, it's really hot. But otherwise, it's just so humid here. And there's a chopper towards Scoop. He's going to get the out and end the threat. And the Monarchs have their first inning on defense with no runs scored. Let's get some runs on offense. We'll get that coming up next at the bottom of the 4th. Monarchs trail 13-2 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Dan Leach alongside Tommy Cavanaugh. Or as Ed Cockros likes to call you, Tom Callanan. That silly guy. He's a big fan. Listen, he already admitted we're the best broadcast team in the league, and that's I think he's been doing it since 1960, so it's very emotional for him to give us that credit. But no, we appreciate it. We know there's some Clippers fans maybe joining in today like they did last time. We love the Clippers family. We got some really nice compliments from the Clip Joint fans. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe that their broadcast is only on radio.
Yeah, they got.
So this is the lead show here, even for the road fans, and obviously when you get Dan Leach and Tom Cavanaugh, unstoppable. And it's been an unstoppable amount of runs so far tonight in game one of this twin bill for the Clippers. They're up 13-2 leading off this inning. Just a second at bat is number 32, Mason Malich, who did a nice job pitching these last couple innings in relief of Castillo, who was at 80-plus pitches and really was struggling. And it wasn't, obviously all on him. He came so close, Tom, to getting out of some jams, but just couldn't get it done. Malich with a 1-1 count. One of the new members of the squad. And he takes a ball. Good eye there by Malich out of Schoolcraft College in Howell, Michigan. He's a local product. He might have been able to walk here to the game, Tom, or at least take a moped. Used to be a big moped fan back in my days in Rolling Oaks, 14 and Drake area. Here's the 2-1 that's sprayed foul, and that'll nubble itself against the fence. I don't even know if nubble is a word, but it sounded good to me, Tom.
Yeah, Doc Emmerich makes up verbs all the time for when passes get sauced.
That's how we do it. That's what the greats are. By the way, feel for all our friends. I got a lot of friends at ESPN. Luckily, not a lot of them got laid off today, but some of them did, including Susie Colber, who's one of the best. And he strikes him out. Gutierrez, I believe that's his fourth strikeout, if I'm not mistaken. Third. That was what I was going to say, but I misjudged my own brain. So one down, and coming up now for the Monarchs is it Castillo again? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It is Nate Saavedra, another one of the new players. And first time up for Saavedra, he struck out, swinging.
Yeah.
Swinging and looking. Looking and swinging.
He's looking all the way back to the
he sure was. Here's the 1-0. There are some clouds coming into the area. Hopefully no rain will delay this already delayed game. It is a doubleheader because of weather last week here at Cleary. We never even got out here to the game because it was postponed at about 4 in the afternoon. Here's the 1-1. One down. Nobody on base. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Gutierrez. Remember, this is a guy that will probably be an all-star for this Clippers team. He came in 3-0, 1.58 ERA, 18 strikeouts. Now he's got 21. And has been solid all year for the best percentage team in this league. And here's the 1-2, and he wanted it. So did catcher Jabin Bates, but no sir, says umpire Tom Sansabal, who in the offseason enjoys selling ties and men's pants.
We're going to have to start calling him Tom.
Oh, yeah. Here's the 2-2. And that skied into center. Under it, on his horse, Caleb Sanders. The Colonel makes the catch. And there's two down here in the fourth. And Tom, I was thinking, as I was listening to you call that great, the inning might not have been great for the Monarchs, but it was a great call by you, that, this game's not going to be much longer. Can the Monarchs come back? Never say never. That's what they told Sean Connery, said never do Bond again, and he did in '83 in a non-ion film, by the way, for your Bond fans out there. You regroup, and you have a chance at a new slate. It's like, all right, you're a poker player, as stepping in and fouling it back as Connor Cornwell, right in front of his brother. No, I'm sorry, I keep thinking that Jabin Bates is catching. I wanted to hit it out to his brother and left, but over his head. If you're a poker player, you have a buy-in. You buy in for $200. You lose your buy-in. Then you get a new one. It's a clean slate. Anything can happen. You can turn it into $5,000. So that's what I think the Monarchs have to be thinking here as he chops one, does Cornwell to right field foul. And it's tough because you hate losing like you do here at home with a shortened team, but you got another chance. Got another scratch-off coming up.
Right. They want to see if Malich can take the distance, and even though they aren't accepting defeat, they also want to move on to game two, as you said, fresh slate, 0-0 ball game. And
the 0-2 is in the dirt, so Malich, one of his rare few at-bats so far, as a new member of the Monarchs squad. Good eye there. Here's the 1-2, two down. Gutierrez looking to keep the momentum rolling, but that's skied into right. Can Carrots get it? He can, and that will end the inning. No hits, no runs. We go to the top of the fifth. It is 13-2 clip joint on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back, Dan Leach, alongside the great Tommy Kavanaugh. I was talking a little Rocket Mortgage there. Tom was out there this morning. I was there yesterday. I'll be covered on Sunday. Tom will, as always, kill it in the booth here on Sunday night. Next time we'll be here against the Clip Joint. I'm sorry, Clip Joint again. No, Jetbox. What's wrong with me? It's hot. Swinging a miss there on Caleb Sanders. If you're just joining us and you're a Monarchs fan, you didn't miss much. We wish you did. You should be joining us always, but if you're a Clippers fan, and I know we have a lot of Clippers fans joining us, hello to you. Happy 4th of July weekend and week. You're enjoying this drubbing right now, 13-2. Swinging a miss, though, and just to give you kind of a backstory here, the Monarchs are down to 10 players and 1 pitcher for the game coming up, the second end of the doubleheader. Joshua Garcia started. He was supposed to probably go most of the game, threw 80-plus pitches and really struggled. They brought in Mason Malish, who's one of the newest members of this team, who has never pitched before, as far as we know, in college. Maybe he did in high school. Unfortunately, I don't have his high school stats, Tom. Tom is our stat whiz, that high, and it's going to walk Sanders. So first runner is on, and we know we talked for ad nauseum about how leadoff walks can kill you. But Malish has come in, and to be honest, pretty admirably pitched for the last couple of innings. This is his 3rd inning, and this is only a 7-inning game because we got the doubleheader tonight. But you feel for this team just so shorthanded with the majority of the guys in Alaska.
Yeah, they've been doing well with what they got from the 3rd inning on. Malish has, eaten these innings, eaten the outs, and he's done a really nice job of putting up a goose egg back in the 4th and just 1 run in the 3rd.
And here's O'Connor, Sheehan, the number 5 hitter, the shortstop, out of Everett Community College in Washington. He's from Issaquah, Washington, which I hear is a great area for trout fishing. Big fan of trout. And there's a smack ball and a scoop. Harden scoops it up, tries to turn 2 here. Can they? And, it's over the head of the covering Mason Malish. And the runner will move to second. They do get the lead runner in Caleb Sanders, but the lead runner is right back as they have 1 down, but still a runner on second as Bates gets the job done there.
That's the second time they've had a chance to turn a double play there, and that time Scoop Harden did a fabulous job of throwing a bullet down to second base for the turn, but Sam Baker's arm there just a little bit underneath the baseball, and that's why it sailed on him.
You got guys that have batted 4 times already. The Monarchs have only batted twice. They went through the lineup to the the Clippers, in the first 2 innings. At least 9 batters, and then they batted around in the second. It's just incredible. You don't see that happen in back-to-back innings often.
No. Almost never in back-to-back innings.
All right, so the runner on second is Bates. That's smacked back towards us by the number 9 hitter, Luke Cairns. Cairns so far tonight with a ground out, a single, and a run scored, and a strikeout. Tom's scoring system, by the way, is one of the best I've ever seen. But you did mention you learned from my guy and one of the best ever, Dan Dickerson. No wonder you're so good. That's too high, and the 0-2 turns to 1-2. Gotta love what Malish is doing here, getting some innings and for a team that's completely shorthanded. Here is the 1-2 on Luke Cairns from Western Michigan. The Bronco, he smacks it into left field past the 3rd baseman, Thompson. And it'll be 1st and 3rd now with 1 down. And is this the 5th time that Stoney Smith has batted?
Yeah.
This is the 5th time in 5 innings that Stoney Smith, the leadoff hitter, is going to bat.
That's what these college leagues are about, reps.
Yep.
And they're getting them here.
They are getting them and then some. Wish I got these kind of reps when I was trying to learn magic as a 5-year-old. I would probably be on Broadway or Vegas by now. And that one into right should be an easy play for Saavedra. He makes it, throws in the tagging runner, going to home and scoring easily is number 35, Jabin Bates. So it's now 14-2, a 12-run lead, but 2 down, and a runner on first. So the floodgates were open, Tom. 4 in the first by the Clippers, 8 in the second, 1 in the third, none in the fourth, and 1 here in the 5th. At least the Monarchs are closing the floodgates a little bit here. That gives you a little feeling of goodness, I guess.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just, they're still walking people. Malish is still, walking a few guys. But for somebody that hasn't never thrown on the mound in college or anything, you got to give him a ton of credit, man.
Absolutely.
He's done a great job, and he's got a lot less walks than what we started out with.
I think the Monarchs, never say never, but I think the Monarchs are going to win this game. I think he's the MVP right now. I really do.
I'd 100% have to agree, unless we saw a big swing that walked something off in the 7th inning.
Sure. Maybe the Monarchs can score those 12 runs, come back with this game. I would, if I was a betting man, which I am, I would say that the Clippers right now, with the Monarchs being shorthanded, are probably minus 38,000. So you lay 38,000, you win $100. You want to take that bet? We're not going to bet against the Monarchs, but it's going to be very tough. But you never know. The Monarchs have 3 more bets. And that inside, it'll push this count to 2-2. Twos are wild, as my good friend Dennis 50 likes me to say. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs. 2 runs scored by the Monarchs, so I guess there's 4 twos. Here is the 2-2 that's inside, and the count is full on Aaron Pisecki, who's batting for the 5th time. He's got a walk, a single, both scored runs on those, a force out, and a grounder. Ground out. From a grounder. Here's defensive indifference, doesn't matter. They were going to let the runner go to second, but walking, and Tom, if I'm not mistaken, just wanted to add up the walks again. I'm guessing it's been 8.
So, you want to count hit by pitches as well?
Let's count those 2.
Let's count those 2.
I'm saying 8 walks, 2 hit by pitches, so 10 total. That's my guess. Up now is Donovan Reinhardt for the 5th time, the right fielder. Kalamazoo
I'm going to
College.
check my math. How many did you think?
I thought it was 8 walks, 10 total because of 2 hit by pitches. Let's see how good my brain is working today.
14 walks.
14? Swanson, Sam's, I was way off. Swing and a miss there.
3 of those are hit batters.
All right, so yeah, I missed I thought there was only 2 hit batters. Obviously, the first pitch of the game was a hit batter.
Yeah.
14 total walks. That's crazy pants.
11 walks and then 3 hit batters. That's too many free passes. You don't want to win a ball game.
Well, and that's obviously contributed to the 4-run first, the 8-run second. A couple runs here scattered in the last couple innings. Here's a 1-2 with 2 down. Trying to get out of this inning is Malish, who's been admirable in his relief of Joshua Castilla. And it's chopped towards the shortstop and makes the play. Nice job there by the Baker man. And the Monarchs are out of the inning. Looking at a chance to get this thing a little closer to the bottom of the 5th. Right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dale H., Tom Cavanaugh back here. We moved to the bottom of the 5th. We got a twin bill here. Both of these games are 7 innings. I just realized I'm using my South Point pen. It was a fun time there a few years ago in Vegas. Leading off the inning here, down 14-2 for the Monarchs, is Jason Dower, the center fielder. Dower, as we've had Clippers bat 5 times. Dower is batting, for I believe just the 3rd. Yep, and he's, or just the 2nd time. Yeah, that's right, just the 2nd time. He grounded out. Dower with an 0-2 count here, and Gutierrez continues to throw at a very high level. He had a little hiccup in the bottom of the 1st, but since then he's looked really in command against the short-headed Monarchs team. That one slapped towards the shortstop, gobbled up by O'Connor, and he makes the play just in the nick of time to Brandon in the Hobbitshire. And I do believe we got Sam Thompson up. If there was a captain on this team, I think it'd be him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there is no captain. It's not many baseball teams have captains, but he'd be the captain of this team.
It's funny too. Lineup card. This is the third different player that's been slotted in. Mason Malish was supposed to hit last in this lineup.
Yep.
Right before game time, it became Joshua Castillo, the pitcher, and now it's Sam Thompson. But you're right. He's the leader through and through.
Not getting too deep into his takes a strike there. There was a rough loss a couple weeks ago, a game that we called here. And after the game, Sam, I don't want to say lit into because that's not the right term, but he really was very vocal about how things need to be taken, a little differently by some, and there was some issues that happened after the game. And the bottom line is this, as we mentioned earlier, these guys get along, they like each other, some of them are living together, some of these guys are local, so they don't have to have a host family, but some of these guys are from out of state. Sam Thompson really cares, and that's why he was a great player for his team. Obviously, Michigan State as a junior, and it's one of those things where to have a guy that's going to step up and say, listen, guys, I understand we just lost badly, but we got to take care of this, we got to do this, and we got to, get rid of the bad feeling but move forward. And I just love having a guy like that on this team. There's a few of them. I think Jake Pierre's another kind of guy like that, but Sam Thompson's definitely the leader of this team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Dan.
It should be the all-star for the Monarchs. If it's not Jake Pierre, that's a complete game, 2-0 shot. We'll see Jake Pierre in game number 2 coming up approximately, I'm going to say, it was supposed to be 8 o'clock, but this game, it's going to be close.
I know, we might get there, though.
Yeah, might be around 8 o'clock. Both games will be 7 innings. The Monarchs would probably like to forget about this one if it stays the way it does. And Thompson now has worked it to a 2-2 count, 1 down, nobody on base, and the clip joint up 14-2. Follow myself on Twitter at Dan Leach DTM, Tom Cavanaugh at TC TKF. Love it.
It's TKF underscore Sparty.
Yeah.
I know you don't like that.
I love it, but I don't like it, but for you, I'll allow it.
I've had it since I was like 13. I'd change it if I could, but actually no.
Don't make me feel old. I think I first got Twitter when I was 18. Like, that was when it was invented. And he strikes him out. Thompson thought he worked the walk with that Michigan State helmet. Instead, it's 2 down, and coming up now is the leadoff hitter, Jonah St. Antoine. And I've been impressed with St. Antoine. Guy's got speed. He's good in the field. Plays a good shortstop or third base or wherever they have to put him in the field, in the outfield they put him as well. But boy, when he gets on base, man, it's tough to get him out.
It's also very rare to see incoming freshmen succeed in collegiate leagues.
Right.
Usually, I mean, they're hitting $120, $150, just scrapping by, and he's already turning into a leader on this team just by his loud play on the field. He's very good at second base, can cleanly play third base as well. And then at the plate, he's knocking in runs, and he's making an immediate impact in his first several at-bats.
Yeah, and he comes into this game tonight, one of the better batters on this squad. He's batting .333 in just 5 games, but he does have 15 at-bats, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 ribbies.
Yeah, 5 hits in your first 15 at-bats with 3 runs scored. I mean, that's
and I think he's stolen 5 bases, too.
Make that 7.
Yeah, well, see, I'm getting closer.
He's he's a speed demon. So if he gets on here, even with 2 outs, he'll test Bates' arm behind the plate, because in this sort of game, I know you're playing for your team, but St. Antoine's going to try to work on swiping bags just for his personal preference going in to pit you.
And there's St. Antoine, smacks it towards the first baseman. Shire will make the play on his own, and that's the end of the inning as the Monarchs go down 1-2-3, and with that, we will send it to the 6th. Tom gets another full inning because he is the best. And maybe the Monarchs could try to get some late rally here. We'll head to the top of the 6th with the Monarchs down 14-2 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Top of the 6th inning. Clippers lead by a dozen. It is 14-2. 4 scoreless innings straight for the Monarchs. And in the 5th inning, the Clippers grabbed another one. It's going to be Colin Cornwell to lead things off, the big lefty, facing Mason Malish again. And we can't talk enough about how Mason Malish has come into this game and just ate up innings. He was depended on early in this game, far earlier than he was expected to, after Castillo had a little bit of struggles in his first 2 innings. But Malish gets a nice bouncing ball to the right side, gobbled up by St. Antoine. Quick flip to first, has 1 up, 1 down, and that's what I'm talking about right there. You see a guy that's not throwing too hard, and he gets a weak rollover from the 4-hitter. Colin Cornwell is one of the best hitters on this team for multiple reasons, and he just got him right there to roll over to second base for an easy out. That is the type of thing that a position player that doesn't have a lot of stuff and not a lot of velocity can do, as this ball is popped up on the shallow outfield. Coming out of St. Antoine, now coming in is going to be Dower, and he puts it away. So as we talk about it here, it continues to unfold. Malish, again on the first pitch there to Sheehan O'Connor, retires him with a lazy fly ball. Sometimes it's better to have these type of guys in than to have your ace or your 2-3 guy pumping at mid-80s, because these players are conditioned to hitting that speed. This is a flat changeup that's coming in at a low 70s, mid-70s from Malish right now. So it's just a different look for these Clippers hitters, and it's definitely paying off at the moment, because two runs in the last 3 innings of work for Malish. It's been nice. Ball high at the eyes. Shire, 3 walks and a ground out. Ball misses inside. Shire made an incredible pick at first base. That was back in the 3rd inning. Stoney Smith made all 3 plays back in the bottom of the 3rd, and that last one picked up by Shire. It was nice. That's on the corner for a strike. 2-2 from Malish. We already talked about him never throwing in college. My goodness, he's already up to 74 pitches. Gonna need some ice tomorrow. Hot shot to shortstop, and it's caught. Sam Baker makes the catch, and a quick 1-2-3 inning as Mason Malish counts out the 1-2-3 as he walks off the mound. Peter Riley, assistant coach, with a big smile on his face. We go bottom 6, 14-2. Monarchs trail to the Clippers. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 6th inning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Cavanaugh geared up and ready for the finale of Game 1 before we head into Game 2, starting around 8 o'clock. We'll see when it actually gets underway. But new pitcher on the mound. It's a southpaw for the Clippers, Ethan Henry. Freshman from Caledonia, Michigan, out of Oakland University. Ethan this year, 3 games pitched. This is his 4th appearance. Just an inning and 2/3 through that time. He's only gone a full inning once. That was back on June 14th against Jetbox. He's given up 4 hits in those inning and 2/3 with 5 earned runs. So definitely a work situation here for him to hone in on his stuff after a shaky first couple of starts, but not a lot of innings for him. Henry stands at 175, 6 foot. He's facing Sam Baker. 1-0 from the lefty is just caught on the inside corner for a strike. 1-1. Baker today just made a nice catch at shortstop for the final out at the top of the inning. He's 1 for 2 in RBI. Single back in the first, came around to score. 1-1. Henry leaves it up. Nice fastball there. Upper 80s. You can see Henry tucks the ball in his glove up against his chest, dangling the left arm. Now he comes set against the chest. Gets this sign, now at the belt. 2-1. High pop up out of play. Baker fights, makes it 2-2. Final game of June, the first month of our short 2-month season. We're back at home Sunday, June 2nd against Jetbox. July 2nd it'll be. Taking you through that one solo. 2-2 to Baker on the way. Fought off. Nice piece of 2-strike hitting there from Sam Baker. That's a pitch in on the hands, and he just got enough. And Henry, his release point definitely a little different than what most of these Monarchs are used to. He's not coming across his body fully like Quinn Konashevsky of the Monarchs, but he's still slinging it from a 3/4 angle a little bit. That one misses inside for ball 3, and Sam Baker has worked a leadoff full count. 14-2, bottom 6. His time's called at the plate. Flag billowing back out to right field again. This is going to help out Baker. He's got a little bit of pop. Full count on the way. The pitch. High pop-up. Shallow left field. Going to be playable. It's going to be Stoney Smith. Catches that one next to his ear and foul ground for out number 1. So a very good at-bat there. Quality at-bat from Sam Baker. Just couldn't get the result he wanted to. 1 up, 1 down. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Monarchs trail by a dozen. They got another crack at it, though, in game 2 if they're unable to make a comeback in the next 5 outs. Lefty on lefty matchup here, though. Let's see how Ethan Rose fares. 0 for 0 on the day. Rose has walked both times. Strike called on the corner, and this is where Henry's going to thrive on the mound. He's going to get that outside call to a lefty much more than he was going to get the inside call to Baker, the right-handed hitter. So on your screen, throwing to the left side of that screen away from the hitter. This ball is jammed and popped up. Foul territory. Bates has another chance, but doesn't lay out this time on the pop-up. It's quickly 0-2. And this is where you really start to swirl in your head if you're Ethan Rose, because you don't know if Henry has a nasty slider that's going to duck out away from his bat. If he drops the front door breaking ball in on his body and sets it on the inside corner, or pumps him with the fastball. There's a myriad of options here that Henry can go with, and if you're Rose in the box, a lefty on lefty matchup down 0-2 is scary. Let's see if he can beat it, though. Henry's 0-2. Fastball, it's popped up. Should be playable for Stoney Smith. Foul ground over near the Monarch dugout. He makes the catch. 2 gone. Stoney Smith continues to make plays. He's got 2 pop-ups in foul territory. That'll bring up Scoop Harden with 2 outs, nobody on. Scoop's 0 for 2, a pop-out and a ground out today. First pitch is high above the shoulders. Scoop hitting .308 this year, 12 hits in 39 trips. He's got 1 double, 3 RBIs. The 1-0, down at his feet. Harden rests the bat on the right shoulder. Henry, same on the belt. This ball's popped up again. A lot of pop-ups here in the last few innings from the Monarchs. We've talked about it all year long. I know this is turf and the plays are true. There's no bad hops on it. Still much more beneficial to put the ball on the ground than the air. 2-1. Scoop Harden awaiting with the fairly open stance. Lines it right back to the screen. Twos are wild now here in the sixth. Just 7 innings here in both games of this doubleheader, so it'll be just 4 more outs to play with if you're the Monarchs, and this Clippers team obviously wants to get their reps in, but 2-2 is down and in. Yeah, the Clippers want to get their reps, but if they can get out of this game a little quicker and move on to game 2, they got a bus ride home, so they would enjoy that very much. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Scoop Harden trying to put a charge into one. Henry, the lefty, sets. The 3-2 bounces up. Ball 4. Nice walk from Scoop Harden. Has a man aboard. Mason Malish. 2 strikeouts, both looking. But can you really, I mean, he gets a little bit of consolation there for how he has pitched on the mound. Very, very solid. I mean, talk about a 6th inning from Malish. Ground out, pop out, line out. 1, 2, 3 top of the inning, and it gave him a little bit of momentum, but this late in the game, it's really tough with such a large deficit. Good lead at first over there from Harden against the lefty. First pitch is high and outside to Malish. Harden, a little bit of speed. He plays almost every infield position, so we know he's quick, but in a 2-out game right here, late down 12, you might as well go base to base here and not even try the arm of Bates. That pitch in at the feet, tiptoeing out of the way is Malish. 2-0 quickly on him. He's trying to find his way on for the first time today. Has stared at both strike 3s in his only 2 appearances. 14 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Clippers. 2 runs on 3 hits with 1 error for the Monarchs. Watch out, that one's inside again. A little Brandon Inge hand lift there on the inside pitch. I never really understood that, because if you lift those hands up and you try to get them out of the way, that rib cage area is completely exposed for a nice little 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Rib ticklers.
3 balls, no strikes on the way. Inside ball 4. Back-to-back walks from Ethan Henry, who started out the inning fabulously, and now the Monarchs trying to get something cooking with 2 outs. Deion Felger's out to the mound now to have a conversation. We saw him do this back in the first inning with Daniel Gutierrez, and immediately after that he followed it up with a strikeout on the very next pitch and back-to-back outs right after that. So let's see if it works the same way for the lefty Henry, who's trying to get out of an inning here. He's a freshman at Oakland University next year. High hopes. Speaking of OU, saw Greg Campy out at the Rocket Mortgage today. That was awesome. Love to see him. He's the best. Nate Saavedra with 2 on, 2 out. 0 for 2, a strikeout and a fly out to center. He hit it pretty deep. Got some wind, though, pushing out to straightaway center for him. First pitch to Nate, bounces away from the catcher Bates. Moving up an extra 90 feet are both Scoop Harden and Malish. So now you got 2 in scoring position, and you can make this a 10-run game, which obviously it's a long way to go. But if you're Saavedra or if you're that Monarchs bench, you want to try and get a little bit of momentum moving into game 2. You never want to look too far ahead, but sometimes you need to kind of strategically play yourself through the end of game 1 to set yourself up for success in game 2. The 1-0 is inside, same spot as that first one. Bates just couldn't handle that hot touch off the turf. Henry feeling the heat out there, you can tell. That pitch in there for a strike. He's just progressively gotten a little redder throughout his outing here from our view, and a lot of these players too. I mean, you got to talk about it. We can see the heat waves rising off the turf right here behind the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Saavedra taps that one right back towards the catcher Bates. What a start for Nate so far this year. Just 7 at-bats, 5 hits, 2 doubles, and 4 RBIs. He's looking at 5 and 6 on the base paths right now as 2s are wild. Henry, the Phil Koch set, now goes on the 2-2, just low. Full count, we're going to do it again. Back-to-back walks to Harden and Malish, and now it's time for Saavedra to put one in the gap or draw a walk. Henry tucks the glove over his mouth, gets his sign as he comes set. Holds it at the chest, now down to the belt. 3-2 one more time. Inside ball 4. 3 straight walks for Ethan Henry, and I think the Monarchs bit Ethan Henry when they were changing sides, and he got a little bit of the walk bug here as the bases are now loaded for Connor Cornwell. It was Sam Baker and Ethan Rose who both popped out in foul territory to Stoney Smith at third to start the inning. Since then, Scoop Harden, Mason Malish, and now Nate Saavedra have all walked to bring up the catcher Connor Cornwell, who's 1 for 2. Strike called right there. And you look at everything that's unfolded throughout the game, Cornwell was the last one to get a hit. That was back in the 2nd inning. Just 3 hits all day, coming in the first 2 frames for Michigan. 0-1. High and away. Good take there. Makes it 1-1. And as we were pushing this narrative all game about the heat and how that's really affecting guys, you can see it right now physically with Ethan Henry. His first 2 batters, spectacular. And so far, after walking a few guys, it has kind of took a turn, and he's having a tough time finding the location as that one sets in for a strike. Beautiful pitch from Ethan. That's how you correct it, though. You just got to take that deep breath and pump one in, and sometimes as a pitcher, all your failures kind of start to wisp away if you can just set in 1 strike. 1-2, bases loaded here for the Monarchs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Connor Cornwell goes down swinging to end the frame, and the Monarchs leave him loaded. We go to the top of the 7th, 14-2, Clippers on top, looking for win number 14 on the year. Be back in a minute. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. It's cooling down, thank God. This press box has gone from 114 degrees to 98 degrees. Pop band awesomeness, at least boy band awesomeness. But great job as always, Tom, taking care of the 6th inning. He'll be doing the same in the 2nd game. The 3rd and the 6th will be all Tommy Kavanaugh's. But Malish is back out here, and you got to give him incredible credit. He's not a pitcher. He's never pitched before in college or here. He's given up 2 runs, or 1 run. And he came in for a guy that is a pitcher, in Castillo, that was out there by himself, being supposedly, the plan was to be the only pitcher in this game. They only have Jake Pear, who did do a complete game 2-0 shutout last week when this team was shorthanded as well. I've been super impressed with what Malish has done, and maybe he'll want to transition to a pitcher. That ball smacked to left field. Can Rose get it? Nope, neither can Jason Dower. To the fence and stinging in for a stand-up deal. The double there is Colonel Caleb Sanders, and that was too easy.
Yeah, just as you said, he might want to transition to being a pitcher. The first ball, that was like the first ball that was belted.
Yeah, only one pitch is not going to, but I'm saying he has been admirable today because he was not planning on pitching. He's never pitched before. Maybe we don't know if he did it for sure in high school. We'll have to ask him after the game. But it's one of those things where he was called upon, and it's next man up. We talked about Sam Thompson being a leader. Mason Malich, one of the newest members of this team, he's being a leader today.
Yeah, it's just, good old broadcaster since we love.
Yeah, I think I totally jinxed it.
No, it's all right. He's been fabulous today. You're right. I mean, just the ability to hit he's walked guys, obviously, yes. Yeah. But he's still finding the zone. Still 2-strike swings. He's doing a nice job.
Yeah, just taking a look at his numbers so far. When you look at Malich, 4 innings pitched, just scattered 3 hits, 2 runs. That one over the hands of the second baseman. Obviously, it's not Mason Malich. He's on the mound right now. That, I believe, is Jonas and Antoine, obviously. But Malich, 4 innings pitched, scattered 3 hits, given up 2 earned, walked 7, 1 strikeout, and he's faced 22 batters, and he's never pitched before.
I know.
At this level. So I don't care that he's given up a couple runs and that he's, walked 7 batters. He has allowed 2 runs. When he came in, there were 12 runs scored in 2 innings. And that ball smacked back towards us off the bat of Luke Cairns, the right fielder. Wonder if he is a Karen. Well, what are the guys called? The ladies are Karen, and the guys are called Kens?
Kens?
I think they're called Kens. And I'm obviously kidding. He's not a Karen or a Ken. That ball is going to fall in, and that's trouble. Nate Saavedra couldn't get it. Scoring easily is the Colonel, Caleb Sanders. And the third easy is Bates in the Bates Motel, and safely into second is Luke Cairns.
So this is obviously going to happen to regular starting pitchers or anybody that comes out on the mound. At some point after a lineup sees the same guy 2, 3, 4 times, they're going to figure him out. And these guys have now got their timing down, and it's batting practice for them. Because the first couple innings, they were so far out ahead of the baseball, they were rolling over, they were popping up. They were early on everything. And now you got a double, single, double, all in a row right there. These guys are teeing off, and that's the 7, 8, 9 batters that just did that.
And here's Stoney Smith batting for the 6th time. And we are only in the top of the 7th. 6 times. If he gets to 9, it'd be a whole Ferris Bueller's Day Off thing. 9 times. Swing and a miss. And that one, I believe his bat might have hit the protective helmet of Connor Can of Cornwell. But it is a 1-2 count. Nobody down, though, but 2 on second and third. And the Clippers, who, I say only, have scored 2 runs in the last 4 innings, after scoring 12 runs in the first 2 innings, want more, and they're going to get it. Off the bat of Smith. And around the bases they come. And it's Smith into third safely with the triple Lindy. Bates, Cairns score, and the onslaught continues 17-2. 17-2, and you got to give credit where credit is due. And you mentioned that they kind of have timed Malich now in his 4th inning of relief. It's one of these things where you can't blame the clip joint. They're going to do whatever they can to keep scoring. This is a competitive game. This isn't an exhibition. They're not just going out there for their health, Tom. And you mentioned reps is the key in this league. They're getting some good reps. You got guys that are going to bat 6 times in a 7-inning game.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
That is very nuts. I cannot believe that. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's 3 extra base hits, in the last 4 batters to start the inning.
And Pisecki flies out to left, and that is gobbled up by Sam Baker, so that is now 1 down. Still a runner on third and 3 in, and it's 17-2. And what we can tell you is, as we've been talking about the last few innings, there's no mercy rule, so this game wasn't going to end anyway. You have a new pitcher on, so Castillo didn't have to have any more stress with the 80-plus pitches and giving up the 12 runs. You get game 2. It's a clean slate. You go out there, you try to get a better start. Jake Pear was incredible his last time here at home. You know, when you were on the road, Tommy, on your assignment, building rocket ships in California and winning surfing contests and avoiding jellyfish, he pitched a complete game shutout when he was the only guy really available. There was maybe one other guy that could have come in and pitched.
Wow.
I think there was 13 total players that night. And they left him out there. He pitched a brilliant complete game. And that is why Peter Riley nominated him to be the All-Star for the Monarchs. And I think Sam Thompson should get consideration as well. Swing and a miss there on the number 3 hitter, batting for the 6th time tonight, Donovan Reinhardt. Reinhardt out of KZoo College. Now, is their mascot the Drinkers?
KZoo? They're the Hornets.
All right, because I figured it was something to do with alcohol, but I guess it's not. The Hornets, they sting like a hornet there at KZoo. I will tell you this. I've had not many, big nights out because I lived in Ann Arbor for college and was either in Ypsi or Ann Arbor or Detroit. A lot of, I was a club kid back in the day, Tom. That's why I'm 12 years sober. And I did go to Kalamazoo several times. It is crazy there. I mean, it's fun. I'm just saying it's crazy. The amount of partying goes on in Kalamazoo. And that sprayed foul, 1 and 2 remains on Reinhardt. You ever have any nice nights during your college career at KZoo?
Kalamazoo, no.
You're a Sparty. You should be going to KZoo like every other week.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sparties love Western Michigan Broncos.
East Lansing is tough to get out of there, though.
No, East Lansing rocks. I will tell you this, as it's now a 2-2 count on Reinhardt. So during college, obviously, I went to Eastern, and I lived in Ann Arbor, so I kind of had friends at both schools, but my best friends were at Michigan, and I also had a lot of friends at State, even though it was really gross there. And I would go, and my Spartan friends felt the same way. We would go and party with our friends at State. We never wanted to sleep over there. We wanted to leave. And obviously, a lot of times, if you were drinking, I would stay there. I wouldn't drive back. And they felt the same way in Ann Arbor. And that ball right to the shortstop. He's going to go home and gets him easily. What a nice play there by Baker. They got him in a rundown, and he's out of there. Sam Thompson, who is normally a DH or a catcher, filling in at third with Malish pitching. And there's 2 down. So nice. This could build a little momentum. Maybe score 1 or 2 in the bottom of the 7th and get ready for the next game.
That's the second time today that this infield has made a call on a runner trying to score on a ground ball, and they've thrown to the plate and successfully tagged him out.
It's been great.
They're very good at communicating on the infield. Like, take everything else away from this game. Yes, in the field, it was a struggle of a game. At the plate, they didn't do enough. But right there, defensively, they've played a pretty nice game, and that's a great play from Connor Cornwell, letting his shortstop know to throw it home.
And listen, not to make any excuses, as you have Colin Cornwell up here. Not to make excuses, this team is super shorthanded. And you got the majority of the guys in Alaska, and it would be like if the Tigers played against Toledo. I'm not trying to say the Clippers are the Tigers and the Monarchs are the Mudheads, or not that big a disparity. But this is a team filled with college players from around the country, and the majority of them, including some of the best ones, are not here. So it would be just a disadvantage of a major league team playing against like a all-star team for the minor leagues. It's a different situation where there's a lot of gaps that the Clippers have with a full bench, the Monarchs don't have.
I have a take on kind of why the success of the Clippers happens every single year, and I think it's because you have a short 27-man roster, and head coach Logan Fleener tells these guys, hey, we're going to keep the roster short because we're going to get you in, so you better show up to the ballpark every single day, and we're going to get you into play.
Great point. Sprayed towards left field off the bat of Cornwell, and I believe, was that his brother that got it?
Yeah.
His brother gets him out.
Oh,
so
no,
that's
it's Ethan Rose.
Yeah, it was. Every Rose has a throw. I thought Cornwell was right to his left, but almost brother-on-brother crime. We moved to the bottom of the 7th. Last chance time for the Monarchs. Can they score 15? We'll find out next on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back. Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tommy Cavanaugh. We reached the bottom of the seventh in this first of a twin bill here. Both games 7 innings. It's not gone the Monarchs' way, but how about Mason Malish? He is absolutely our MVP. Comes in, pitches 5 innings in relief. The guy's never pitched this level before. Only allowed 4 runs. There's Malish's final numbers. 5 innings pitched, scattered 6 hits, 5 earned, 7 walks, a strikeout, faced 28 batters. But before that last inning, he'd allowed 2 runs. And had some nice double plays and some, good strikeouts. It was pretty impressive.
And a 1-2-3 inning. Incredible.
That is incredible indeed. All right, here is leadoff hitter of this inning for the Monarchs. It's Dower. Skies one to left. Easy play for Cornwell. And Dower just keeps running it out like the good man that he is. And coming up next now is Thompson. And Thompson is now batting for the 3rd time. He's the last guy to bat 3 times. Most of the Clippers have batted 6 times. This is a 7-inning game.
This is actually only his second at bat though, because I think.
Oh yeah, but he would have if he was in this spot.
Right. But no, you're exactly right. But that's still for Sam Thompson. He's a D1 guy. He needs to be getting 3, 4, 5 at bats, and in a game where you're scoring only 2 runs in 6, 7 innings.
Chops one straight away to O'Connor. O'Connor fires him out to Shire, and that's 2 up, 2 down, and we've got 1 out left till we take a quick break. I'm going to go do some calisthenics, maybe have a popsicle. Tom is going to go run around the field because he's very fast. And then our second game will start approximately 30 minutes after this game ends. We're going to keep the stream on live, and you can take a look at what it looks like in between games. Maybe we'll go out there and do a little dance routine, you and I.
I might. Yeah, I got to go out there, sweat off the loss.
Oh, yes.
Try to get the bad vibes out.
Just sweat out all the energy drinks I've had the last couple of days at the Rocket Mortgage and here. All right, here is last chance hope time for the Monarchs. They score 15 runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Well, I'm forgetting who it was now. They scored 10 or 8 runs at the top of the 7th.
Oregon to beat Oral Roberts.
No, a game here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Remember the game here? It went to the top of the 9th. I think they scored 8 runs. It was against the Jetbox. Look up that game. I know it was a tie game. It was a 7-7 tie in the 9th inning. Remember, the Monarchs tied it up. They had 2 runners at 2nd and 3rd and a chance to win the game and just have to get 3 outs. And it went to the top of the 9th, and the opposing team scored 8 runs. I'm pretty sure it was a Jetbox. That one splashed to left field off the bat of Jonas St. Antoine.
Yes, it was a 15-7 loss. I was tuning into that game. Yep. You're right. It was the first game I missed.
My memory, with all the bad things I did younger ages in my life, the memory's still pretty much there.
Yeah,
I remember when I was 2, but I also can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. It was Asian Zing wings. Now it's got a bucket of crab and shrimp. You saw it.
Yeah.
Rocket Mortgage.
You can't beat that, man.
Oh, that snow crab's so good. That ball outside, 2-1 on, or excuse me, 3-1 on St. Antoine. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's nothing like having a metal bucket with double sauce, snow crab claws, and shrimp that's seasoned beautifully while you're watching these best golfers in the world in a open cabana-style suite, which you're coming to next year. And that is high, and he walks him. And smiling in a, I guess, not a condescending way is Ethan Henry. He's a freshman. He's still learning. And now coming up is the candlestick maker, Sam Baker, the 3rd baseman. So far tonight, he has gotten a single, scored a run, and a couple ground outs, or ground out and fly out. So here he goes for the 4th time. Sam Baker, out of Point U, Georgia, and his home is Prattville, Alabama. That inside, ball 1. This is the second inning relief for Ethan Henry. And can we get those final numbers really quick, Tommy, on Gutierrez, Daniel Gutierrez, who I think is going to be an all-star for sure. He went 5 innings, scattered 3 hits, 2 earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. And was really in command most of the way, except for that bottom of the 1st. He lost it for a little bit there, Tom, but he looked pretty as good as advertised for much of the start.
Yeah, and you look at, I completely agree with that. He got 1 talking to in the 1st inning, and ever since then, it was lights out. He gave up 1 hit after the 1st inning, 3 in total. It was really nice.
Here's the 2-0. High, 3-0 on Sam Baker.
This is what happened last inning with Henry as well. He got the first 2 guys out, and then he fell apart for 3 straight walks. So you got to find a way here to shut the door, finish out this inning, and win yourself a ball game.
He could be thinking about what snack he's going to have in between the games, and it gets him unfocused. It's possible.
Asian Zing wings.
It could be. And there's a steal, does a difference by the clip joint there. Jonas St. Antoine, that's his 8th stolen base. How about that, Tommy? You pointed out earlier he had 7, and this guy's, what has he played, 6 games? That's pretty good. This is everyday Ricky Henderson or Lou Brock. And that swung on and hit high into center. Should end the game. It does. Caleb Sanders makes the catch. And that's the end of the first set of this twin bill. It was a rough start for Castillo. The short-handed Monarchs go down to the Clippers 17-2. But Jake Peer last week had a 2-0 complete game shutout here at Cleary against the Jetbox. We shall see what he has in store for us tonight. We'll be back for the start of game number 2 in approximately 28 minutes from now. Until then, for the great Tom Cavanaugh, I'm Dan Leach. Oh, yeah, we got to thank our guys, Garrett Primetime Pogrovich, Kyle Chapman, no relation to Brian, thank God, and Nick Nowitzki, our great PA announcer, and, of course, Peter Riley and his son Tim Riley and Andrew. Great job, David Robinson, all the friends and family and parents and fans here at Cleary. We will see you coming up shortly. Till then, keep reaching for the stars. Believe in the dream. Dan Leach and Tom Cavanaugh, the Squatch, out. And welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium, beautiful Hall, Michigan. Dan Leach alongside the great Tom Cavanaugh. Well, we got that 17-2 game out of our system, and now it's a whole new ball game. Pun intended. Clippers, by the way, they do move to 14-2. They're the best percentage, and now the most amount of wins in the league, tied with Lima. Is it Lima or Lima?
I think it's Lima.
Yeah, Lima Beans. Monarchs dropped to 6-10, and our MVP in the last game, Mason Malich, who went 5 innings after never pitching at this level ever before. So gotta love that. And now the Monarchs sent Jake Peer. I know you were gone in California during this game, Tom, but he was the MVP, might be the All-Star for the Monarchs. He was nominated. I think Tom's saying hi to friends, family, and fans.
That's my uncle.
Oh, and Monkey's uncle's here. What's the uncle's name?
John and Beth.
Good day, John. Good day, Beth. Monkey's uncle. Like that guy. So, Jake Peer had a complete game shutout, 2-0 against the Jetbox last week when you were gone. Nominated by Peter Riley, the assistant coach, and actually filling in as basically the main coach today with David Robinson, with Kelton Caldwell and Adam Castillo up in Alaska. And he was awesome. And, they need another performance like that today because only got 10 players, and Castillo's not going to throw anymore. Maybe Castillo can play in the field. He's not starting there, but we'll get into the lineups as we go here. But here's game number 2, and it will be Colin Cornwell to lead off for the Clippers, the clip joint, if you will. And here's Peer coming off that stunning complete game shutout against the Jetbox last week. 1-0 pitch on Colin Cornwell, the older brother of Connor Cornwell. And he will play left field today. And takes a strike. Nice pitch there by Peer. He's off to a good start again. A 1-2 count on a leadoff hitter, Colin Canna Cornwell. And that ball chopped towards the shortstop and throwing him out to Scoop Harden and making it easy is Sam Baker, the candlestick maker. 1 up, 1 down. Up next is the shortstop, Sheehan O'Connor.
Definitely going to be tough to ask Jake Peer here to go 9 full innings, 8 hits, no runs. But if he can somewhat replicate that to a 6-inning, 7-inning tone, I know it's a 7-inning game, but if you're able to go 5, 6 innings here and put up a couple goose eggs, maybe 1, 2 runs throughout that time, if you can keep this Clippers offense down, the Monarchs have to pop off for some double-digit run games at some point. So I'm feeling it for them here in Game 2, but they got to keep the runs down if they want to have any chance.
You score, Monarchs, they score 5, 6 runs. That might be enough, the way that Jake Peer is able to pitch, even though this Clippers team has been scoring. They scored 17 in the first game today. They scored 20 and 22 in the last week. That ball bounces up there, 1-1 count. I mentioned this is the shortstop, Sheehan O'Connor, in Game 1. He did have 2 runs, a hit, 3 ribbies, 2 walks, and batted 5 times in a 7-inning game. Just nut sauce. Here's the 1-1. Top of the first here in game number 2 of the Twin Bill. The rare College League doubleheader. That's skied towards the third baseman. Jonas St. Antoine makes it easy. 2 up, 2 down. A lot different than the first game, Tommy Cavanaugh the third.
Yeah, much different, especially for both teams. I mean, obviously you bat around in the first inning for the Clippers, but the Monarchs still, they had 3 hits to rattle off to start their inning, so definitely a different start, and I think we're going to get better pitching here in Game 2, not just because we have Peer on the mound, but just because I think whoever's after him is going to give him a better shot.
I'm with you. In the first game, it's a rough one for the Monarchs. You get it out of your head, and you have a new slate. There's a strike, first pitch strike. He's had 3 in a row. And it's Pisecki, the second baseman, takes one inside there. Pisecki in game number 1 in that 17-2 onslaught. Did it, scored 2 runs and a hit. Drove in 1, walked twice, batting .359. One of the best on the Clippers team. One of the better averages in the league. And there's a ball outside, 2-1. Jake Peer would love to get a quick inning here and start this game off much differently than, unfortunately, Castillo did in the first one, giving up 12 runs in the first 2 innings. And that one skied to center field. Should be an easy play for Jason Dower, and it is, and that's a 1-2-3 inning. I forgot what those were like. We head to the bottom of the first here at Lake Trust Stadium. Monarchs up to bat on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back, Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. So great to have you with us here. Happy holidays. Happy 4th of July weekend into week. It's always weird when the 4th falls on like a Tuesday or Wednesday, Tommy, but always fun. My friend is going back to Virginia where, I'll just say this, fireworks aren't welcome, and he's bringing back a sack of them from Michigan where they're illegal. On the mound here for the 14-2 clip joint, best record in the league, Jake Decker. Jack Decker 4-0. With a .90 ERA, he's scattered 6 hits this whole season. Has appeared in 5 games, 1 start. This is his second. 25 strikeouts, 5 walks in 20 innings, Tom. And we mentioned that Gutierrez might be an all-star. This kid should be an all-star, too. He might be the best pitcher in the league.
Yeah, I mean, 25 strikeouts, 20 innings, just 6 hits allowed, as you just said. 6 hits in 20 innings?
That's nut sauce. And Jonas St. Antoine starts off with a bunt look, pulls it back, but still gets the strike called. St. Antoine, one of the new players in the last week or so, swing and a miss from Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh. But St. Antoine is a local product here in Michigan. He's got an 0-2 count and a swing and a miss. Both pitchers with good stuff early and a great way to start the game for the Clippers off that 17-2 win. Jack Decker looking pretty good on the first batter.
Cannot put it any better than that right there. 0-2 fastball high at the eyes, and that's why we just talked about his number of strikeouts, number 26 on the year, because he's able to sequence his pitches nicely, and his fastball velocity is hot.
And here's Sam Baker, the shortstop. By the way, St. Antoine had his 8th stolen base in that last game. First game of the Twin Bill, also a hit and a run scored and a walk. Baker, run scored, hit, ribby, and 2 walks, and he skies one. That is going to get caught by the moving in left fielder, Colin Cornwell, brother of Connor. And that's 2 up, 2 down for the Monarchs. So both pitchers have started the exact same way, and now up for the Monarchs, number 3, Ethan Rose, the left fielder. Every rose has its thorn. Saginaw Valley State University senior out of Ypsilanti, Michigan, did have 5 hits this season for SVSU. He takes a first pitch ball outside. Game number 1 for Ethan Rose. Did walk twice, but otherwise was grounded out and flew out, and there's a strike in the middle. And you got back-to-back pitchers here for the Clippers that are 2 of the best in the league. A big reason this team's obviously 14-2 and has the best record by percentage, and now tied with Lima by total wins at 14. Swing and a miss there on Rose. Clippers made mincemeat of the Monarchs in game 1, but Monarchs 6-10. They can win this game, get to 7-10. You know, they get a chance to start getting some momentum and hopefully get back to 500 because they're obviously missing the majority of their players. Are just joining us. They're in Alaska. And the the Monarchs currently 2-6 on the Alaska trip. 1-4 against the Gold Panthers. They'll be playing one more game tonight and then heading home. I'm hearing that Kelton Caldwell and Adam Castillo, the pitching coach, will be here on Sunday. And he strikes him out looking. Tom, both pitchers as good as advertised in the first. We will head to the top of the second. Scoreless here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh back here, Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network here. It's the top of the second. By the way, just to finish out that batting lineup for the Monarchs, Jonas Antoine leads off. Sam Baker bats second. Ethan Rose third. Scoop Hard played first, will bat fourth. Sam Thompson, catcher, bats fifth. Nate Saavedra, one of the new players, right fielder, bats sixth. Connor Cornwell at DH is the seventh spot. Batting eighth, the center fielder, Jason Dower, batting ninth. Second baseman, Jason Gameni, who unfortunately went to Muskegon for game number one, and that's why he did not play. For the clip joint, leading off Colin Cornwell, the left fielder, Sheehan O'Connor, shortstop. We saw them in the first inning, and Aaron Aseki, the second baseman, leading off this inning and batting fourth. Aiden Arbogast, the first baseman. Brandon Shire will bat fifth at DH. Donovan Reinhardt, the third baseman, bats sixth. Sam Lisiak, the catcher, bats seventh. Nicholas Hawkins, right fielder, will bat eighth. And the center fielder, Danny Passanal, will bat ninth. On the mound again, Jake Pear, after a 1-2-3 inning that went outside the zone, on Aiden Arbogast from Eastern Michigan. Go Eagles! And a Livonia, Michigan product, Tommy.
Yeah, he's in that fourth spot for a reason, playing first base. Those kids are there to hit for power.
And that chopped to
nice.
Baker, easy out. Nice play to Scoop Harden. And it's 1 up, 1 down here in the second, and it's 4 up, 4 down for Monarchs pitching and defense, which is a lot different, giving up 4 runs in the first, 8 runs in the second in game number 1.
Yeah, a way better start for him, and it really stems from the control on the mound. We are seeing a lot more balls batted into play a lot earlier on in the game. We're not seeing these Clippers sit and watch ball after ball after ball leading to base runners.
And Shire showing bunt. Gets it to Pear. Pear throws it well over the head of Scoop Harden and into foul territory in right field. And, you know, everything was going great until there. And you don't want to allow an error and a guy to get on base when you're pitching as well as Pear is. And unfortunately now it's 1 down for Donovan Reinhardt. Was that just a overcooked ball there, Tommy?
Yeah, I mean, he took his time on it, and he didn't rush it, but there's something about pitchers when they're throwing off the mound consistently, and then they have to throw one of those flat ground throws. Because you're not taking that downward angle, you're not used to it. Obviously, as a baseball player, you got to be able to make those flat ground throws as a pitcher.
And swing and a miss on the 6-hitter, Donovan Reinhardt. Reinhardt, in game number 1, was the DH, scored a run, and also walked once and struck out once, batting .261 on the season. That's outside, 1-1. So you got Reinhardt playing third this game. Shire the DH. It was Reinhardt the DH in the last game. I know you just had a nice discussion with your aunt and uncle, and did you tell them that it's very emotional that they're here to enjoy the broadcast tonight?
Exactly. I thought the same. It meant a lot for me to show for them.
Well,
to
I'm
show
sure
up
they
here.
said, "Listen, Daly, she's great." It's totally fine. I'm very humble about it. That ball fouled back 1-2 on Donovan Reinhardt. But it's great. Did you know they were coming?
No, I had no clue.
What a surprise!
I know. My dad's got 4 brothers, and they all live out of town besides him. And I mean, best brother, but also he's a great uncle too, because he comes out, supports all of us in our athletic. I got a brother. It's a senior at Stony Creek High School. He went to numerous games this year to watch him. So hats off to my
Goes to
uncle
what I've
John.
been telling you. You're a great noble citizen. And there's a swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Jake Pear working pretty nicely, except for that overcooked ball on the bunt. And now there's 2 down, runner on second, and coming up is Sam Lisiak. He did not play in the first game. Lisiak wears number 7, even though that's not really his number. I think he forgot his jersey, was what we were told. Happens to kids around the country. He's from Biola University, junior from Grand Rapido, Michigan. My good friend Lawton Luntz and broadcast partners in town. He'll be in Grand Rapids tomorrow. I believe he said he's going to get fireworks. Here's the 1-0. Runner on second. Scoreless here at the top of the second. By this point in the game number 1, it was already 4-0. And a little pitch out there. Was that, did umpire Tom Sandoval even allow that as a pitch?
I don't think so.
Back off there. Yeah, it just stays 1-0.
Yeah, there must have been time called, and Pear just didn't see or hear it.
Pear was just zoned in. Fruit-shaped Pear. What a great start in his first ever for the team last week. That in there for a strike, 1-1. Complete game shutout, 2-0 against the Jetbox. Just enough offense for the Monarchs to win that one, but Jake Pear was incredible. See what he's got for his repeat performance tonight. 1-1 the count. Swing and a miss on Lysiak. So it's 1-2, and as we've mentioned in the past, when Quinn Konashevsky's been pitching, and obviously I did when you were gone for the Jake Peer game, he's ahead of the count of pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
That's what happened with Konashevsky, what happened with Jake Peer for the majority of that game last time.
Makes you so dominant, man.
Yep. And that, a borderline pitch, called the ball by umpire Tom Sandoval at second base is Seve Johnson. Twos are wild, Tommy. We love them. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs, and a runner on second. It's quad twos. Maybe I'll get quad twos later tonight in the poker room. Here's the 2-2. Oh, he just gets it outside. That was a good fastball, but just a little off the plate. The count is full. Runner will be in motion here with 2 down. Shire, the DH, on second. And here is the payoff pitch from Jake Peer. And the runner didn't move, but it didn't matter because it's a walk. And now you've got runners on first and second with 2 down. And the number 8 hitter, Nicholas Hawkins, who did not play in game number 1. He's from Three Rivers College, a sophomore from Poplar Bluff, Missouri, which I hear is really pretty this time of year and has a lot of great wild horses.
Yeah, they got some nice lakes, too.
That's for sure. Here we go.
Ozarks.
2 on, sorry, Tommy. 2 on and 2 out. Peer looks in. He peers in, pun intended. And that ball right down the pipe for a strike. And when you look at Hawkins, I believe Hawkins might not have had any at-bats yet for this team. I'm not seeing him on the stat sheet. A lot of teams have new players all the time. That one inside hit him. He takes his bases loaded. So after a great first 5 batters for Jake Peer, it's getting a little difficult here in the humidity. Even though it's getting a little cooler here, it's still pretty humid out there. And he takes his hat off and wipes his head. And now you got the 9 hitter, number 30, Danny Passanalt, the center fielder out of Hillsdale College, Traverse City, Michigan, one of my favorite places. He's a senior. And pitch outside. And here comes Thompson to talk to Peer. I don't think he likes what has been going on these last couple of batters. I mean, Peer could take over at any moment, and he looked so dominant early, Tom, but maybe he lost a little focus here these last couple of batters.
Yeah, I mean, a walk and a hit batter right there, those are just 2 things with 2 outs you cannot do. And I think Thompson right now is kind of honing in that this is the batter, because if Passanalt finds his way on and they continue to score runs here via the walk or the free pass, hit by pitch, whatever it is, they're going to get into the mindset of, oh, here we go again, back from game 1. And you don't want to fall into that same eye-rolling type of motto, that same feeling. So you got to nip it in the bud here, get this last guy out, and go into the bottom half with a goose egg on.
And there's a first pitch ball. By the way, I apologize. I had the wrong sheet in front of me. Hawkins batting .250. He has appeared in 13 games for this Clippers team. And that ball skied on the infield, right on the edge of it. Should be an easy play for Piasecki. It is. Or check that for Gametti, who just came into the stadium. And the threat is over, Tom. And good news for Jake Peer, who looked sharp through the first 5 batters. He gets out of the jam, and we head to the bottom of the second here on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh back here at beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. We head to the bottom of the second in a scoreless game so far, except for a little trouble there in the last half inning. Jake Pierce looked great, coming off that complete game shutout in his first ever start for the Monarchs. And Jack Decker, the vacuum man, 4-0 with a .90 ERA, one of the best in the league. Swinging a miss there on the number 4 hitter, Scoop Harden. He's looked as good as advertised as well. Scoop Harden's father is in the running for Father of the Year. Scoop gets a base hit into left field. He's here every game, always early. Gets here when me and Tom are prepping. He's digging for second, and he's going to get thrown out easy. I don't know why he had to press the issue there, Tom. He had a nice single. I'm not mad about the aggressiveness, but that was probably a poor choice by Scoop Harden.
I would
Unless Dave Robinson sent him.
Yeah, if he sent him, he has to go there 100%, but man, that's tough because
I missed it if he sent him or not.
So did I. The aggressiveness needs to be shown in certain times. Like if you're trying to stretch it from second to home, maybe then you try to do that to make a throw, but not on a leadoff double like that. That's a good swing, though. You like to see that from Scoop. He's going to keep it up.
Thompson with a couple of bats. He moved over into the lineup in the last game. He did strike out once and a ground out, batting almost 500 on the season. That one chopped towards the third baseman. Reinhardt throws him out, and it's 2 up, 2 down. And it feels a lot differently than a runner on first with nobody out. Now you got nobody out with 2 outs.
Yeah, because a slow tapper like that, they're not turning 2 there. They might get the lead runner at second base, but Thompson would beat that out. So, I mean, I know the game's 0-0, but you still got to think about it in the sense that you're down because you're playing with just a very limited amount of guys, very limited pitching. You got to get your runs when you can, and you got to have your base runners on base to do that. Here's
the 6th hitter and right fielder, Nate Saavedra, one of the brand new players for the Monarchs. He, in the first game, walked once, struck out once, and a couple ground outs. 1-0 with 2 down, nobody on. And so far looking really good is Jack Decker, 1-1. By the way, I just realized that Harold Castro, the former Tiger, is on the Colorado Rockies. I didn't know that. He just singled to left field, scoring a couple for Colorado as the Tigers player. That one skied on the infield, a little off of it now. Shading in to make the play is the second baseman, Paiseki, and that's it. 6 up, 6 down for the Monarchs. We head to the top of the third. Tommy Cavanaugh takes over the broadcast and takes over your hearts on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Jake Pierre back on in the third inning. He's been good so far. Shaky in that second inning to load the bases up with a walk and a hit batter, but got the clutch pop out to second base to end it. He's going to face the top of the lineup here in a scoreless game. 6-11 are the Michigan Monarchs. 14-2 are the Muskegon Clippers. The Monarchs really need a win bad. You've been on the downside of a lot of beat-up ball games. Earlier today, 17-2 loss to the Clippers. 21-2 loss to Jetbox a couple days ago. First pitch from Piers, a strike called to Colin Cornwell. Breaking ball, snaps in just outside. 1-1. Cornwell grounded out to shortstop his first time. Holds that bat in tight near the left ear as he ropes one fouled on the first baseline. Some of these guys, you forget they're using wooden bats, and you'd be scared to see what they can do with the metal. That was screamed down the line. Pierre through the windup, 1-2 pitch. Fouled away. Fastball riding high and in. Just getting a piece was Cornwell. And Pierre has been nice locating his breaking ball, especially outside to the lefties. He could go in at the feet here. Let's see. 1-2 again. Fastball again outside. It's going to be flicked away. Foul ball keeps it at 1-2. Pierre's 1-2, flared out to left field. This ball's going to drop in left field, right in front of the left fielder, Ethan Rose. And a hard turn at first from Cornwell, but he's going to hold up there. That ball with a ton of spin down the left field line, hit right in front of Rose, and it just spun towards the chalk, or that white spray-painted turf line. So we lead off single here for the Clippers, trying to get on the scoreboard. It's very uncharacteristic of them to go 2 full innings without scoring to start off a game. They're usually punching away early on as the first pitch is fouled off. Sheehan O'Connor. He popped out to third base his first time. It'll be O'Connor, Pisecki, Aiden Arbogast. Follow things up here for the Clip Show. Pierre from the stretch now, checks the runner a few times. Good lead at first for Cornwell. He took an extra step. Big swing and a miss. O'Connor down 0-2. Sam Thompson behind the dish. Arguably, probably the best arm on this team behind the plate as a catcher. So if Cornwell goes, I'd like Thompson to throw him out. Pierce, 0-2 is high and outside. And sometimes as a base runner, you're trying to kind of pick up on the sequencing of the pitcher. If he throws a curveball, you have a better chance to steal the bag because the ball is getting to the plate in a slower amount of time. The 1-2 again. Off the plate outside. Thompson takes a long look down at first base at Cornwell. So from 0-2 to 2-2, Sheehan O'Connor has battled back. Nobody out here in the top of the third. No score. Each team with just one hit. The Clippers with an error. Excuse me, the Monarchs with an error and the Clippers without one. Another step for Cornwell, the 2-2, fouled back to the screen. Outfield for the Monarchs, Ethan Rose in left, Jason Dowers in center, Nate Saavedra parks it in right. Jonas St. Antoine at third, Sam Baker's at shortstop, Jacob Gimini in for game 2, he's at second, Scoop Hardin's at first. Pierre tucks the ball, now goes on the 2-2, another foul, Sheehan O'Connor refusing to go down. O'Connor this year, he's a 241 hitter, 7 RBIs, 9 strikeouts compared to 7 walks. See if he continues to stretch the at-bat. They're going to pick over to Cornwell at first, who's back easy. It's a good look from Pierre. Got to keep an eye on him. Let him know you're still thinking about him. Cornwell is continuing to get a bigger lead. Pierre gets his sign, checks the runner one time. 2-2's on the way. Ground ball to second. This could be 2. Gimeni, toss on. Baker's throw to first is end time. 4-6-3, inning-ending double play. Check. That's 2. Those everybody got me. Gimeni and Baker running off the field. I had a feeling there was nobody out as I looked down at my scorecard, but I trusted those guys. I really did. So it's a 4-6-3 double play to leave 2 out now after the leadoff man was on. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, infield. Really appreciate you guys. Aaron Pisecki screams one down the first base line. Fair. All the way to the wall. Pisecki's touching on. He's going to cruise into second base with a double. So a huge double play there for the Monarchs before the double. That would have scored a run for sure. But a great swing from Aaron Pisecki, who had a fly out his last time. He's got an extra base hit. 4th double of the year for Aaron. So 2 gone with a runner on second base here for Aiden Arbogast. Ground ball victim his first time. Big wave and a miss at a fastball in the outer half. That's the pitch right there. Pierre. He's fairly tall. Sitting at 6'4", 200 pounds. Got that downward plane on the baseball as he throws. 0-1. Same spot this time. Called for a strike. It's 0-2. Pierre trying to get out of another jam. He had the bases loaded last inning and got out of it with a pop-up. He's got a runner on second here with 2 gone in a scoreless game. Monarchs relying on Pierre on the mound. They have limited pitching. Pierre's going to step off and check the runner to reset the time. You'll see guys step off to check the runner, but what that also does is resets the pitch clock, just like a shot clock in basketball would reset. Pierre sets, has the front foot a little bit ahead of the back foot on the rubber. Checks the runner twice. Long look, the 0-2. Tapped foul by Arbogast. Nice battle by him. Arbogast, just 9 hits and 38 trips, 1 double, 1 home run, 8 RBIs, 8 strikeouts. Pierre, ready for the 0-2 one more time to Arbogast. Breaking ball in the dirt, blocked up by Thompson. Got to keep an eye on that runner at second base. Aaron Pisecki, a lot of speed. Anything that gets away from Thompson behind the plate, Pisecki will move up to third. Pierre again with the set. Going to check back, throw down for the back pick at second. Not in time, he's safe. It makes your heart skip a beat if you were watching game 1 and remember a back pick. Joshua Castillo tried to throw it down to get a runner and slipped past the glove into center field. 1-2 pitch. Arbogast shoots one out to right field. This one slicing, fair. All the way to the wall again. Pisecki comes in to score. Arbogast's going to hold up at second. Back-to-back doubles. Arbogast drives in the first run of the game. 1-0 Clippers. That's the type of swing you want to have right there on an outside fastball. That pitch was on the upper outer corner to the righty, and he just pounds it out down the right field line. 1 hops the fence. Nothing else you can do there. It's a good pitch from Pierre on the 1-2. He was fouling off all the off-speed stuff. As the first pitch from Brandon Shire is shot foul. He was fouling off all the breaking balls. He was battling well. Pierre couldn't get anything by him, and he caught it to the fastball just in time. Nice swing from Aiden. Gives the Clippers the lead. Shire reached on an error. He was the one that bunted back to Pierre last inning, and Jake threw it over the head of Scoop Harden at first base. Pierre, another long look at the runner at second. This time it's Arbogast. Tapped foul off the foot of Shire. He's hobbling in the box. Yeah, we'll give him a second. That always hurts. Shire's got no protective gear on whatsoever. Not an arm guard, not a foot guard. Sometimes you see some of those helmets that have the extra, jaw spot. Multiple hitters, in the major leagues and college as well. High school goes all the way down. You can get hit in the face with a fastball, and that little projective jaw line on the side of the helmet, it definitely helps. Shire's just fine, though, after getting struck with a baseball. He's down 0-2 with 2 outs. Jake Pierre and the Monarchs just trying to get out of the inning. Pierre's 0-2 on the corner, strike 3 looking. Shire goes down for out number 3. Aiden Arbogast with an RBI double. Gives the Monarchs a 1-0 lead. We go to the bottom of the third. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Bottom of the third inning, 1-0. As we stand at the moment, the Muskegon Clippers have the lead after the Aiden Arbogast RBI double last half inning. Jake Peer has been good, but Decker, I think, has been just a little bit better, the big lefty. 1-1 right now to Connor Cornwell, the DH, getting his first at-bat of this game 2. Decker with 2 strikeouts so far through his first 2. Line drive caught by Decker. Hit fairly hard right back towards his thighs, and watch out.
That's a can of corn.
He slid in his glove at the last moment to make a grab, and that's just how baseball works sometimes. Those hot shots right back to the mound. Your pitcher will react, athletically. Those cat-like reflexes sometimes find the glove. Breaking ball on the first pitch. Misses low in the dirt. So 1 up, 1 down quickly as Jason Dower steps in, center fielder for the Monarchs tonight. Pretty much every game after joining on 2 weeks ago. Fastball off the plate, 1-1. Strike called at the letters. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Jason, coming from Point University, along with pitching coach Adam Castillo, who's not in attendance right now. That breaking ball, sawed off, ground ball to short. It's going to be a tough play. Running into each other. Watch out. Sheehan O'Connor and Donovan Reinhardt. Shortstop and third base collide on the left side of the diamond. And you can ask Garrett Bogdovich, but I think we're going to give Jason Dower a hit right there. I'd like to do so. I know that's probably an error, but a slow roller play like that, it's 50-50. He had to barehand it there. Sheehan O'Connor was barehanding it. Thank you, Garrett. I appreciate it. That's a hit for Jason Dower, 1 on, 1 out here, trailing by a run in the bottom of the third.
Still not cool with Garrett being the official score.
Fly ball out to right field. This is a tough track here from the center fielder. It looked to be Danny Passanaldi. He makes the catch. Both him and Nick Hawkins were colliding in right center field, and nobody seemed to track it until the last moment. So before I can even say, Jacob Gamini flies out to right field. Jacob Gamini flies out to right field. 2 gone with a runner on. Monarchs trail by 1 in a very crucial game. I mean, you got to check out these standings throughout the North Division here. You got the 14-2 Muskegon Clippers, followed by the Lima Locos at 14-4. Sandusky Ice Haulers at 10-6 in third place. Royal Oak Leprechauns are 9-7. They sit at 4th place. And the only 2 teams that are under 500 are the Michigan Monarchs and Jetbox. Monarchs are in 5th place at 6-11, and Jetbox 4-13 to round it out of the North Division. 0-1 pitch is high to Jonas St. Antoine with 2 gone. And I mean, you look at both the Monarchs and the Jetbox last 10 games, both are 3-7. And then you look at the Lima Locos and the Clippers, 9-1, 8-2 in their last 10. So just completely 2 different Harvey Dent two-faces of the entire North Division there. It's crazy. Fouled away by St. Antoine, makes it 1-2. Really excited to see Antoine join Pittsburgh next year. They're going to quickly pick over to first. That was much closer than it needed to be. Diving back was Dower safely. And Antoine, he might not get a ton of playing time in his first year. He might. You never know, but he's going to learn a lot. Fouls that one away back to the screen. Keeps it at 1-2. Sun starting to set. We're coasting into that twilight sky where the ball can sometimes be tough to pick up, especially with these very new and perfect lights beating down out of the field. Runner goes, the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Jonas St. Antoine goes down swinging for the second time today for out number 3. Jack Decker, 3rd strikeout of the night. We go to the 4th inning, 1-0, Clippers hanging on to a one-run lead. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We head to the top of the fourth. Both pitchers, except for a minor hiccup by Jake Peer, have been dominant. Jake Peer with 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. 3 Ks for Jack Decker, who, arguably is the best pitcher in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League. He came in 4-0, the .9 ERA, and just gave up 6 hits. This guy is good. But Jake Peer, Henry Ford Community College's Fighting Model T's best. This guy just joined the team a week or so ago. His first ever start, complete game, 9-inning shutout, 2-0 over the Jetbox. And now, looking pretty good so far in his second start, Tommy.
Yeah. I mean, Jake Peer, even last inning, he was hit up a little bit. Had that run scored on him, you got to flush it. It's 1 run. You're not going to win the ball game if you don't score 1 run. He's got to go from here because we've seen it in the past. Starts the tumbleweed and avalanche down into a greater, bigger deficit, and the game starts to fall away from you. But Jake Peer's got a great head on his shoulders. He knows what he's doing. He's going to lock in here.
There's Brandon Lord of the Ring. Shire smacks one towards third. It gets through that 5-6 gap through Ethan Rose's stretched out mitt, and it's the leadoff batter on with a single. Jake Peer, you can't put it all on him. The Monarchs got to score some runs, but like we said before the broadcast, the game started, the second game of the doubleheader, you probably got to score 5 runs if you're the Monarchs. You want to win this game with the way Jake Peer's capable of pitching, you got to score some runs, though.
100% need to score at least 3 or 4 or 5.
And here is the 6-hitter Donovan Reinhardt, the third baseman. He slaps one possibly in play. Or check that, I'm sorry, that's Sam Lisiak. Lisiak, the catcher. Good assist by Tom Cavanaugh, that's why he's the best. From Viola U, California, junior out of Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Beautiful area, Van Andel Arena. Saw Roger Waters there on a lot of acid once.
Did you see Grand Rapids yesterday? The
No.
skyline of the smog?
Oh, was it super bad?
It was brutal.
Well, how about Andrew McCutcheon? He put a mask on and run the bases in Pittsburgh. That one smacked into right field. It's going to fall down in front of Nate Saavedra, and it's 2 on, nobody out. And here we go again. Hopefully not, though. But this is the way it started in game number 1. 4 runs in the first, 8 runs in the second off Joshua Castilla. Jake Peer has shown, obviously, better stuff throughout his short time here in Howell, Michigan with the Monarchs. Of course, he, complete game shutout. Can't do any better than that. 0 ERA. But this is a tricky spot for him now with the 8-hitter up, Nicholas Hawkins. Remember, he did play in the first game out of Three Rivers College in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. That one is a ball into first. They can't get Lisiak at first. And remember, Tom, you've noticed throughout the last few games for the Monarchs, they've had some trouble trying to check runners on base.
They have, and I mean, I know that throw did not get away from Scoop Harden down at first base, but if that's right on the money, he's out. Oh my gosh, Lisiak was off the base 10 feet.
Otherwise, the Monarchs are great. They throw out runners at home. They're good in the outfield, but for whatever reason, they're having trouble and sometimes forcing it when you're trying to, tag a runner out at first or second. Sometimes they go to third. But whenever they have to go home on a ground ball or a force play, they seem to get. I don't know if they ever missed one.
Yeah, I don't know. They make the simple plays look very tough at times.
That's a perfect way to put it, my friend. 2-0 on the number 8 hitter, Nicholas Hawkins. And that could be 2. There's 1, and there is 2. 2 for the price of 1. Started all by Ethan. Every rose has its thorn, so that is a runner on third and 1 out. And the 9-hitter, Danny Passanalt, the center fielder up. Out of Hillsdale College, senior from Traverse City, Michigan, the home of Pirates Cove, the greatest mini golf course in the world.
I 100% agree with you. My dad would as well.
Tom, I got to tell you, you and I, we just met recently. A lot in common because we're both great and very humble. And as we've been told by multiple people around the league, the best broadcast team in the league. So that's all we can do here. We just entertain you all. We have to go to Pirates Cove, you and I, one of these days. That one smacked, foul. Oh, almost hit. Bench coach Brian Wright there. A little salsa dancing lessons have helped him. He was taking salsa lessons last year.
He got the hands going too.
Yeah, he had it.
Shaking them.
He had it. Maybe you should try out for this So You Think You Can Dance show on Fox. 1-1 count, 2 down.
What celebrity would you pair him with?
I would probably. Well, that's Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, my bad.
I would probably put him with Mike Tyson. It'd be too bad. That on the infield should be a play out in right foul territory. It is by Scoopity Doop Doop Doop, and that's it. It was 2 on with nobody out, and now it's nobody on with 3 out. And here come the Monarchs trying to tie this thing or take the lead in the bottom of the 4th on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside my man Tommy Cavanaugh, and the Monarchs with a great escape act, Houdini style, after having runners on first and second. You got to give credit to Jake Pierre, but also that double play turned by Baker to Gabeni, and then to Scoopity Doop Doop Doop. And up here to lead off the top of the 4th is Sam Baker, the Candlestick Maker. And that one sprayed back here, 1-1 count. Baker, first time up, flew out. Baker from Point U, Georgia, and Prattville, Alabama, had 135 at-bats, 36 hits, pretty good player for Point U in his junior year. Excuse me. And that one swung on and fouled back towards us again, 1-2 count. And as we mentioned throughout this broadcast, here in game number 2, Jack Decker came in as one of the best pitchers in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League. Jake Pierre, even though he only had 1 start previous, had a complete game shutout. That's rare in this league, in any kind of college summer league. Both as good as advertised early. That one smacked foul as well. And it's off the top of the dugout into the wooded area to our right. And there's been a kid, I gave him a shout out earlier. I called him Chester. He had his name on the back of his shirt. He was chasing foul balls. Maybe it's past his bedtime. By the way, in between innings there, Tom, we didn't have the audio on. There was a huge firework boom test. It scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a firework at first, too. That was weird.
Can you imagine if this game goes long and they start lighting fireworks off during the game? That one smacked right in the air to Piasecki, and out is Sam Baker. And now Ethan Rose, every rose has its thorn, struck out looking in his first at bat. Will step to the dish. And Rose comes in with a 250 average. 8 games now he's appeared for the Monarchs. And here comes the set from Decker. And that outside, in the eyes of umpire Tom Sandoval, he's behind the plate. Sevy Johnson in the field. And if you're just joining us for the first time, the dimensions here at beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. That high and outside, 2-0. 330 to the left and right field fence, 420 to the gaps, 440 straightaway center. And then, as Tom did with his gold-plated ruler on the first game we ever called together, it's a very emotional game, by the way. Walk-off win, scoop pardon. That one inside ball 3. It is 65 feet from behind home plate to the beautiful brick backstop right in front of us. I don't know exactly how tall the water tower is, but I'm going to say it's pretty tall. And there's a strike, 3-1.
Cedar Point level high.
Yeah, I would say that looks to me like maybe 15 stories. You know, if it was a hotel.
Yeah.
15, 20 stories.
Yeah.
And that's a strike, so he's worked the count full after being down, or, Decker being down up 3-0, or 0-2, excuse me. And here's the payoff, and it's a swing and a little nibbler right back to Jake Decker, and Decker makes mincemeat of it. And that is 2 up, 2 down, Jack Decker, not Jake. Jake Pierre, of course, the great Monarchs pitcher. And, you know, this game is flying by. We mentioned the Monarchs are going to score some runs, though. I mean, Jake Peer could give you, it's a 7-inning game, as it's, game 2 of the doubleheader. He could give you probably 7 innings.
Yeah.
You got to score some runs.
If he can go the distance here and they don't score anything, that's really stealing one if you're the Clippers, because Jake Peer's a heck of a pitcher, and they stole one on him back in the 3rd inning, being frank.
And here's Scoop Harden, the cleanup hitter and the first baseman, and he smacks one to the shortstop, O'Connor, and O'Connor to Arbogast, and that's an easy inning for Jack Decker. We go to the top of the 5th. 1-0 Clippers here on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh back here at beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. It's definitely cooled off. Our current temperatures, we're now entering the top of the 5th in game number 2. It felt like it was in the 90s earlier, but now it's down to 79 and a little breeze. It's going to go down to 71, maybe the high 60s at about 2-3 in the morning. I think today was the hottest day of the year, Tom.
I think so, too.
I mean, I don't know if it was in actuality, but it sure felt like it was to me.
It was hotter than the last time we called the game, which we agreed was the hottest.
Yes.
This beat it.
Leading off the inning here for the Clip joint up 1-0 is Colin Cornwell, the leadoff hitter and the older brother of Connor Can of Cornwell, who's the Monarchs catcher and sometimes left fielder.
This Clippers team, they're hitting .291 altogether as a team. And you look at 1 run through 4 innings, it's only a matter of time before they put base runners on.
Right, and Jake Pierce pitched well, but it's not, you can't just do it forever.
He's going to need to continue this, and he's been getting out of jams every inning. He had a clean first, but he's been runners in scoring position every inning.
And that pass Scoop Harden into right field should be 2. Skipping around the bases is Cornwell. Getting it back in is Saavedra, but it's a stand-up double, and he throws his hands down in adulation as he about to hand his batting gloves to bench coach Brian Wright. And that's a good start to this inning for the Clippers, who want more than that 1 run so far they've got. They got 17 of them last game, Tommy.
Yeah, that was their 30th double of the year. And we're only a month into the season. I mean, this team can swing it, man. They got 5 kids hitting over 300 on the year. As I said, .291 as a team altogether.
Here's Sheehan O'Connor, the shortstop, 0-2 so far on the night. O'Connor on the season came into this game batting .222. I mean, I love the number 2, but I wouldn't want to bat .222. Here's the 0-1. Pierre fires it in. Ooh, right on the corner. Borderline pitch, but Tom Sandoval calls it a ball. 1-1. Here's Pierre with a runner on second, nobody down. 1-0 Clippers here, trying to sweep this twin bill. The makeup game was game 1 from last week's Rain Festival. And both these games 7 innings. That fouled back towards us. So during that last half inning, I heard you went and bought your aunt and uncle a couple kielbasa. That was really nice of you.
Oh, yeah.
You're very giving guy.
The concessions here are incredible.
Top level.
Yeah. I mean, Lake Trust Stadium does it right, man. You got to come down to the ballpark and get yourself A really nice brat. Or a hot dog, whatever you're
Or
feeling.
plate of sushi. That one in there for a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, they got pretty good sushi deals there.
Jimmy John's Pizza, you never know what you're going to find when you walk down in a.
And sometimes you can, like, put that quarter in the machine, and it turns out like a steak. Other times it's like a pot pie, but it's like a gamble. All right, here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss.
Nice
He's
pitch.
down on strike. Great pitch there up high by Jake Peer, and that's strikeout number 3 by the fruit-shaped pair. Both him and Decker have 3 Ks so far. And now the lefty, Aaron Piasecki, the second baseman, is up. And last time for Piasecki, he walked, grounded out the first time, swing and a miss. Pierce really locating his pitches here and forcing some of these Clippers hitters to kind of swing uncomfortably, isn't he?
Complete opposite of what we saw in Game 1. They were very patient, left the bat on their shoulder, was waiting to take their walks. Now they're being forced here. Their hand, they got to do it.
And unfortunately, that one right through to center field. That's going to score a run. Oh, I thought we were going to have no play at the plate. It was closer than I thought, but still a run scored. And nice hit there by Piasecki. And it's 2-0. Piasecki will stay at first, and now the cleanup hitter, Aiden Arbogast, the first baseman out of Eastern Michigan, go Eagles. And Livonia, Michigan, he didn't play in game number 1, but he does come in. Having a decent year so far, batting .237, does have 9 hits, 6 runs scored, and 8 ribbies. So with 1 down, runner on first, there's Pear, and that's chopped back towards the catcher Thompson.
Dan, you look at the last 4 innings of work here for our boy Pear. That first inning was great, 1, 2, 3, but he's had at least 2 base runners in scoring position each of the last 4 innings. It is impossible to be able to work through scoreless innings with 2 on in scoring position, less than 2 outs. I mean, he's done a fabulous job to this point, but at some point you're going to give up a hit, and it's going to lead to a run like that.
And that ball down the pipe for a strike, 0-2, and he has been able to escape. He escaped to the complete game shutout last week, gets the jet box in many different situations throughout that ball game, but the bad news is the Monarchs' offense has been inept, and you got to score some runs to give yourself a chance. I mean, Pierce pitched pretty well, even giving up the couple runs through, 5 1/3 now, or 4 1/3 now.
Yeah, 4 runs to the last 2.5 games now.
Amazing. And this guy's, it's his second start ever for the Monarchs. No other appearances. Just joined the team last week. Now here's the 1-2 with 1 down. Arbogast at the plate. Here comes the delivery. And throwing it down to first. Scoop tries to get him. He can't. Back in safe there is Piasecki. Want to welcome in all the Clippers fans. We know you love our broadcast, and we love having you. But unfortunately, we're rooting against you tonight. We're all friends, though, in the end. I mean, I'll do like a white elephant or a Christmas giveaway with them. Can you believe we're halfway to Christmas? Crazy pants. We are 10 weeks, less than 10 weeks from football, though, Tom.
That's exciting.
That is sick sauce.
You know what's terrible if you're a school kid listening to this?
I was
right
going
now?
to thought you were saying what's terrible is if you're a Michigan State football fan.
School starts in 6 weeks.
Oh, don't remind them. Listen, I loved school, but I also didn't like having to go back to school. I loved, like, not studying, I didn't like that. I loved learning and history and the girls and all that stuff. But, like, when you knew that camp and everything was ending, it was very sad.
Oh, my gosh. When you turn on the TV and you saw all the Crayola back-to-school commercials.
You're like, no, I don't want to go to Target and get a backpack.
Sunday
I
scaries.
don't need a protractor. And that ball goes towards right field. That's the 3rd time we've seen that tonight in both these games. And then rounding second, going to third easily is Piasecki. And Piasecki's going to score. He went from first to home. And yet again, the Monarchs blow it with throws trying to tag runners off first, second, or third. It's the 3rd time tonight. 2 of them scored runs. We see this too much. And as we mentioned, Tom, this team has been so good in other defensive metrics. They're great at throwing out runners at home. They're good athletic in the outfield, especially when the full complement of players are here. But for whatever reason, it's like the catcher in, I'm forgetting the character's name in Bull Durham, can't throw to the pitcher. Like, why do they keep trying this?
I have the same exact response as you. I am mind-boggled.
Laloon or whatever his name was.
But you just can't do those things, man. If you're going to win this game, you cannot throw the ball around the diamond like they are. I mean, this doesn't look like a college team when they do that at all.
Looks like a middle school team. No offense.
It's tough to watch because you need to be able to throw the ball around the diamond. They have to make the simple plays. They have to make the simple pickoffs. And right now we have some sort of something's going on right now between Arbogast on the mound and Pierre on the mound and Arbogast at the plate.
And umpire Tom Sandoval is going to go over and talk with Seve Johnson. Is it possible they could? I mean, could they toss Jake Pierre if he was saying stuff, or Arbogast if he was saying stuff?
I mean, maybe, but
all right.
I cannot imagine. I mean, you could just see his arms go up, and he started to.
Maybe there was some just kind of weird vibe going on with Arbogast, like maybe calling time late or something. We didn't hear it.
Yeah.
He's talking now to head coach Logan Fleener, and now everything's okay. Pierre took his cap off twice during this last 40-second stanza.
Bounced the ball a few times, too, on the turf. I don't know if I like that.
I don't either. By the way, I apologize. I believe that's Deanne Felger at first, and that's going to be a walk. And now that's not going to make Pierre any happier. No, I'm sorry. That is head coach Logan Fleener from Tennessee Wesleyan. Wearing the batting helmet. And here comes Brandon Shire, big Lord of the Rings fan, designated hitter. Shire came into the game tonight, averaging .327. That ball in there for I thought it was a strike, a ball. That looked pretty good to me. 1-0 count, runner on first, already a couple runs in here. It's 3-0. Jake Pierre still pitching pretty good, but bad luck with some ill-advised plays towards first base. Finally got past Scoop Harden into right field and scored a runner all the way from first. Here's the 2-0. And that ball smacked into the gap between second and first. And it's going to be first and second with one outer. And this is, kind of what we had to talk about, Tommy, in the first game when Castillo was out there and threw 80-plus pitches in 2 innings. There's no one left to throw. If you're just joining the broadcast tonight, the majority of the teams in Alaska, they're coming back in the next few days. There are 10 players here, but we already had Castillo pitch in game number 1, so he obviously can't go and pitch again. You could theoretically bring Castillo back into the field and have someone else pitch, but this is pretty much Pierre's game. Swing and a miss, though. So he starts off the number 6 hitter, Donovan Reinhardt, with some heat. What do you do? I mean, if you hope Pierre doesn't have to lose it, doesn't lose it like Castillo did.
No, I mean,
but there's no one else.
He's got a few walks, but he's throwing a contact, and that's all you can ask for at this point. When you're down so many players, when you're down so many guys, you have to just pitch to contact to try to get out.
And this could be 2 for the price of 1. There's 1, there's 2. And once again, for the second time tonight, Jake Pierre with runners on base induces a inning-ending double play. 2 runs do score, though. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 3-0 Clippers on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back here alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We start the bottom of the 5th. Monarchs down 3-0 in game 2 of the Twin Bill here. Both these games are going to be 7 innings, so Not a lot of time left for the Monarchs to get back in this one. It's only a 3-run deficit, a lot better than 12-0 after 2 of the first game. But pitching well as Jack Decker came in 4-0 with a .90 ERA, and he isn't really – all he's done is improve his numbers so far.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about him leading in certain categories. He's got the most wins in the league. He's also third in strikeouts with 25 plus his 3 today.
Yep, and here's Sam Thompson, a good guy to have up, though. A 2-1 count. He's the best batter on this Monarch squad. He came into the game tonight batting almost 500. And Thompson, the emotional leader of this squad. Could DH for you, could play in the field, could catch, and also can light a fire under you, you know what. Here's the 3-1 from Jack Decker. And that's outside, so a leadoff walk. And we always talk about how leadoff walks can kill you. And that's what Sam Thompson tried to do there. He got one, and now Nate Saavedra, who's one of the new players on this squad, number 34, the right fielder, comes up with a chance to drive in a run here.
Dan, you were mentioning the last few innings. They're getting guys to the plate. They're keeping it a close game. They just have to find a way to score. And a leadoff guy aboard is nice. And you got 2 big hitters in Saavedra and Cornwell coming up for the Monarchs.
Saavedra 0 for 1 so far on the evening. Here's the pitch that swung out and fouled back. That was in there with some movement, Tommy.
I know. I thought, from my eyes, it looked like it was a clean miss, and it just connected with the umpire behind the plate, and it fouled off. So I was expecting Thompson to run on to second base,
right.
But you never see that.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation. And I thought he faked the throw. then he drags his feet, does Jack Decker, the vacuum man. Wow, 0-1. It was pretty nifty. I thought he faked the throw to first. It's a pretty good sleight of hand there. He's checking that runner, though, the lefty, and in there for a ball, 2-1, or check that 1-1, excuse me, on the number 6 hitter, Nate Saavedra.
Dan, from our view, you can't really see the little white piece of rubber for the pitcher's mound, so maybe he
Right.
was on the back side of it just trying to fool out Sam there. That was, like you said.
That's what it kind of looked like. Here's the 1-1. That in there for a ball. Good eye by Saavedra, one of the new players on this team as well. Saavedra out of Schoolcraft Community College. South Line, Michigan, batted .270 with 34 hits in his junior season. And checking the runner again is Decker. So it's 2-1, nobody out, 3-0 Clippers. Game 2, they lost game 1 to the Monarchs 17-2. And you ask, why was there no mercy rule? Well, because it was a 7-inning game. And that ball high, it's 3-1, and this is the first sign of a little trouble that we've seen from Jack Decker, who is one of the best pitchers in this Great Lakes Collegiate League.
And I don't see any movement in the bullpen right now for the Clippers, so I think they're riding with their guy here in the 5th.
Man, no reason not to. I mean, it's like having Garrett Cole on the mound if you're a Yankees fan. That one in for a strike. Ooh, borderline pitch, but not in the eyes of Tom Sansabal. Looked a little low to me.
Yeah, just caught the knees, the bottom part of the box.
And here is the 3-2 payoff pitch. Big spot for the Monarchs, trying to get some runs and scratch and claw back in this one. Swing and a miss. Great breaking ball by Decker. He strikes him out. That's his 4th of the game. And as you mentioned, 29th of the season for Jack Decker.
Yeah, 2 more and he has the lead. 30 is the highest at the moment.
Right. So now you've got Connor Cornwell, who's DHing this game, number 13. The younger brother of Colin Cornwell, who plays for the Clippers, sophomore out of Sterling Heights, Michigan. 17 games appeared in for Saginaw Valley State this year. Swinging a miss on the first pitch by Cornwell. Boy, impressive. As we've said all night, Jack Decker, fellow Saginaw Valley State teammate, who's a freshman out of Farmington Hills, Michigan. How do you feel about that? I mean, you're pitching to a freshman, you're a sophomore, and you're pitching to a guy that's on your college team trying to get him the heck out of there. It's got to be weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a friendly part to it as well,
of
but
course.
there's another side of it where guys on the same team never compete against each other besides squad scrimmages.
Right, and they want supremacy.
When you get a chance to do it, you really got to relish in that moment, and I think they both are.
And there's the 0-2 smack towards the second baseman on a hop. Piasecki gets it, goes to first, and that is 2 for the price of 1 for the bad guys. And we head to the top of the 6th. The Monarchs threat is over. Tommy Cavanaugh will take over. It's 3-0 Clippers lead it here on the Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the 6th inning. Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium, home of the Cleary Cougars and the Michigan Monarchs here in Howell, Michigan. Tom Cavanaugh, my last full inning of play-by-play broadcast for the night. Really appreciate all of you listening. Appreciate Dan Leach as well, taking the time to come out here, call games with me, and section off portions of each game to do some play-by-play. Top 6 with a 3-0 deficit are the Michigan Monarchs. Jake Peer is back on for his 6th inning of work. He's going to face the 7, 8, 9 batters in this dominant Clippers lineup. Sam Lisiak to lead things off. He's 1 for 1 with a walk, singled back in the 4th. Sun has all but set here. Still might be a little shaky in the sky as it's not a pitch black. It's still a violet, dark shade of blue. Sometimes plays a role. Swing and a miss from Lisiak on the first pitch, 0-1. Peer, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. He's allowed 3 runs, all of them earned, on 8 hits. Trying to shut the door. He has not had a 1-2-3 inning or anything close to it since the first. Left the bases loaded in the 2nd, allowed a run in the 3rd, left 2 in scoring position in the 4th. It's let 2 score in the 5th. This one's tapped on the ground to third base. Full head of steam. It's going to be a long throw for St. Antoine. Can't be picked. It's going to go all the way down into foul ground. Down to second base will go Lisiak, and he's on it too. So for the 3rd straight inning, the leadoff batter is down at second base. There's a good play from St. Antoine at 3rd. Tried to gun up and throw it. Left it on the short hop and scoop hard and could not scoop it. So a base hit here will give the Clippers a 4-0 lead. Nice swing from Lisiak. It'll bring up Nick Hawkins. 0 for 1, hit by a pitch. Grounded into a double play his last time. Strike called on the outside corner. Nice pitch. And that's the thing with Peer that we're seeing. He shows flashes of insane command and able to pinpoint the ball wherever he feels fit. And other times, he leaves it over the middle and the ball just gets clobbered. And against most teams in this North Division or in this entire Great Lakes Division, he's gonna have good success. But against this Clipper team, they're hitting just under 300 altogether as a team, as we mentioned before. That's tough to pitch against, no matter who you are. No balls, 2 strikes to Nick Hawkins. He's gonna pop one up out of play and keep it there. Battling at 0-2. Peer looking for strikeout number 4. Sam Lisiak doubled. Start the inning. Guess you could call it a double. I don't think you're going to record an error there. It was nowhere close of a ball for Harden. It bounced right over his head. This turf, extremely bouncy. 0-2 pitch again. Shot fouled on the first base line. Just getting a piece is Hawkins. And you kind of have to ask yourself, well, this Clippers team, they won it all last year, and they're incredible this year, looking on to be the regular season champions as it would be right now. But their head coach, Logan Fleener, as we talked about, from Tennessee Wesleyan, that school, man, 43-11 last year. They're a powerhouse. They went to the NAIA regionals. I don't think they made the final. They made the national championship opening round and lost, but that's a team with a lot of experience, and their coaching staff has to be top-notch. So this Clippers team, getting a guy like Logan Fleener from a school like Tennessee Wesleyan, that is impressive. He keeps the short roster, too, which I think all these guys prefer a lot. It's been 0-2 now for quite a while. Nick Hawkins awaits again. This one is grounded past a diving second baseman, Jacob Gamini, into right field. Holding at third base is going to be Lysiak. It's corners now for the Clippers with nobody out. What an at-bat from Nicholas Hawkins. Battled the 0-2 for 3-4 straight pitches and then shoots one the opposite way into right field. Fundamental baseball coaches are applauding right now and cheering because that is how you get it done right there. Pierre could not miss, man. He kept throwing beautiful fastballs on the outside corner. Couldn't get it by him. Hawkins fouled it off until he got his pitch. It's going to be Danny Passanone. He pops it up. Third base side. Calling for it, St. Antoine. He's straddling the line and makes the catch in fair territory. Almost foul, but comes back right at the third base position. One out. Passanone pops out for the third time today. The only infielder he hasn't popped out to is the shortstop. So runners on the corners in a 3-0 game. Muskegon Clippers trying to find win number 15 and sweep this road doubleheader series against the Monarchs. Good lead at first base for Hawkins. He's going to take off. Line drive, base hit into center field for Colin Cornwell. Going first to third now will be Hawkins, and scoring is Sam Lysiak. Cornwell's going to run down. He will be not tagged out. Cornwell's going to run on to second base. Another run scores. Hawkins comes all the way around, and down to second goes Colin Cornwell. My goodness. Ay, ay, ay. Lysiak scores on the single. Hawkins scores on the botched pickle. So Colin Cornwell had a single, was trying to stretch it an extra 90 feet to second, was caught in a rundown. The Monarchs botched the rundown on the toss. Cornwell sees the throw and advances up to second base. 5-0. That first run earned, that second is not. Nice swing, though, by Colin Cornwell, shooting it right back up the middle. He's 3 for 4 today. Single, double, single for the kid. Sheehan O'Connor, he's 0 for 3 on the day with a strikeout his last time. He's trying to add to the mix as he puts one in the air. Calling for it, Sam Baker at short. He'll put that one away for out number 2. Those are the type of plays that if you want to go far in the playoffs, you want to make some sort of a run, you cannot have one of those in a ball game if you're trying to win it against a team like these Clippers here. You can kind of tell the difference on both sides between these two teams just on plays like that. First pitch is high. Aaron Pisecki, 2 for 3, an RBI single last time. He scored twice. He's also got a double. Dancing at second base, Cornwell, as this ball is flicked out of play by Pisecki to even up the count 1-1. And Cornwell in that rundown there is a guy that you need to get out. You have to find a way to get him out there. Small lead at second for Cornwell. Pierre checks on him. Breaking ball. Line drive into center field. Coming in and making the catch will be Jason Dower. That'll end the inning. 2-run score. Colin Cornwell with an RBI single. 5-0. Clippers on top of the Michigan Monarchs. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 6th inning. Welcome back to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. A little bit of jawing between home plate umpire and assistant coach Peter Riley as we get underway here. Just 6 outs to play with. If you are the Monarchs, Jason Dower will lead things off, and you're in jeopardy of losing another one. Going 6-12 on the year. After a pretty decent start, there's a breaking ball from Decker set in for a strike at the upper half of the zone. 0-2. Can't ask for much more if you're the Clippers. And Dion Felger is the pitching coach for this Clippers team. Bouncing ball blocked up. Sam Lysiak all over that one. It's 1-2 on Dower. He has a single. It's just his second at-bat. Decker the 1-2 on the corner, strike 3. That's in there. Dower doesn't like it, but that is right on the upper outer corner, and he can't look at that one with 2 strikes. Another strikeout. That is the second looking for Decker. That is his 5th. Just 2 hits allowed by Jack Decker. He is feeling it on the mound right now for the Clippers. First pitch to Jacob Gamini has popped up out of play. And you can kind of evaluate some of these hitters and where they're going to put the ball based on that first pitch. Gamini fouled it away on the right side. He's a little late on the fastball. Got to start those hands a bit earlier. Swing and a miss. Just went right over that one. That's a changeup from Decker that just has a little bit extra gravity and falls down at the last second. Yeah. He's legit. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Number 6 for Jack Decker. He's sequencing it well. Went fastball outside for the foul ball, changeup down low, and another breaking ball starting in at the hips and ending at the feet. When you talk about guys that move to the next level through college ball, moving on to amateur leagues or minor league baseball or professional baseball in the major leagues, you look at a guy like this, and this is kind of the track you see with a guy like Decker, because he's a young guy. He's going to play in multiple other collegiate leagues throughout his career and going to get some publicity, going to get some a lot of attention from some scouts. 0-1. This one's on the ground. Base hit into right field. Jonah St. Antoine. For a kid with 2 strikeouts on the day, that's got to feel good. Did not want to go down swinging to strike out the side for Decker, so beautiful job from St. Antoine. He gets his first knock of the game. In game 1, he hit a triple. So second hit of the full day for Jonah. 0 for 2 today. Sam Baker pop out and a line out. Hit it hard to second base, and it was Pisecki who couldn't find the ball at first, but ended up making a nice grab. Swing and a miss. Nice change piece to get him to swing right over. Decker kicks and fires. Another swing and a miss. 0-2. That ball was up near the eyes. He went after it. Jack Decker's most, 12 strikeouts in 7 2/3 innings. That's incredible. He's looking for number 7 right here. The 0-2. Pulled, fouled on the left field line. So breaking down these numbers, 4-0, a sub-1 ERA. 20 innings pitched, 25 strikeouts, 6 hits allowed, just 8 full hits allowed now. 12 strikeouts is his most in 1 outing. Antoine's at first. He might steal here on the 0-2. We'll see. Yes, he does. On the ground. Past the shortstop. Looks to be Sheehan O'Connor in the left field. The 0-2 slapped into left field past O'Connor's glove. Nice swing by Sam Baker. 2 on with 2 out. Dion Felger going to jog out and have a conversation. And so far this has worked with every single pitcher so far for the Clippers. Daniel Gutierrez earlier in the game for the Clippers back in game 1, and Decker here, this is his first visit. You're going to look to, correct this real fast after 2 strikeouts. Looked very dominant to start this 6th inning, and then back-to-back singles from St. Antoine and Baker give the Monarchs a little bit of life. 10 hits, along with those 5 runs for the Clippers. Just 4 hits now, 2 in this inning for 0 runs. Monarchs got to find a way to get on the board. Lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch is a breaking ball in the outside corner to Ethan Rose. 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out back to the pitcher. Decker takes a long look down at second base at Jonas St. Antoine, then checks at first. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball bounces in, and nice job by Sam Lisiak to block that up. Sun has all but set. It's gone now. So, the sky should be much of an issue whatsoever. Its ball's going to be pearly white, clear to see now. 1-1 pitch. Decker delivers. Another breaking ball on the corner. That's a curveball starting on the upper inner shoulder of the lefty Rose and finishing on the lower outer corner. That's a lot of break on that baseball. I think Decker might go back with it, but Rose, he might be on it. We'll see. I like a fastball in the outside corner here on the 1-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Same pitch again. 7 strikeouts for Jack Decker through 6 innings. The Monarchs strand 2. We go to the top of the 7th inning. 5-0 Clippers on top, looking to sweep on the road. You're watching the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be
Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cabot. I'll tell you this, Tommy. We're about halfway through this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. Jack Decker's making a case that he's the best pitcher in the league. He has got, as we heard in the stands, as you and I were just saying, filthy stuff. Yeah. 7 strikeouts, a sub-1 ERA. That ball, first pitch, Arbogast to the third baseman. Easy play there for Jonas St. Antoine to scoop hard. And I'll tell you, man, I mean, obviously we're the Monarchs broadcast team, and we love our Monarchs, but we don't have a lot of Clippers fans watching. They've got an incredible talent, and I'll tell you this. There's been over 100 players that have gone to the Major League Baseball levels, various levels of Major League Baseball out of this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League since it's been around. It's one of the 9 approved wood and bat summer college leagues by Major League Baseball. When you look at Decker, who is just a freshman from not my hometown, but where I grew up, Farmington Hills, this kid could be in the majors someday. I mean, obviously it's really early, but you could see as a freshman the kind of stuff he has.
Yeah.
It's crazy pants.
I was talking about in the last half inning, Dan. This kid is legit because you see guys that start here will work up a couple leagues throughout their career. They get to the Cape Cod of the Northwoods League. They're getting extreme attention from teams. That brings scouts. You go to a prospect showcase, you show your stuff in one outing, and boom, you're picked in the 3rd round. So you never really know, and stuff like that, it takes one shot, and if he keeps working the way he is, the stuff that he's got, he adds a few extra miles per hour on his velocity, I think you can make a real case for this.
Listen, let's go to the other side right now as Jake Peer faces the number 5 hitter, Brandon Lord of the Ring Shire, the DH. Shire so far tonight, the strikeout, a single, and a force out. I'll tell you this, Pierre's been really good too. I mean, obviously, this Clippers team is, they're 14-2 going on 15-2 for a reason. That ball fouled back. It's going to stay 2-2. Pierre, 6 in the third, scattered 10 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, and for the most part, really in command. It's just, the Clippers are a really good offensive team. There's a reason they're scoring in the 20s, and they scored 17 in the last game. I know the Monarchs are shorthanded, but Jake Pierre is making Monarchs fans around the country proud. And you look at him, he's only a sophomore. He's young. He's only going to get better. So you're seeing 2 of the great young pitchers, not just in this Great Leagues Collegiate Summer League this year, but maybe in the Midwest for college baseball right now when it comes to this level of competition.
I completely agree, especially because these guys are both still growing.
There's Pierre, another swinging a foul back towards the left dugout fence. Shire stays alive. And obviously not the kind of doubleheader the Monarchs wanted to have, but with so few players, 10 total players and a couple pitchers tonight with most of the team in Alaska. That outside for a full count now. 1 down here in the top of the 7th. Hey, maybe we'll see one of those big rallies. We saw an 8-run inning by the visiting team in the top of the 9th inning in a game we called last week. And that one smacked right to the second baseman, Jacob Gameni, and he throws him out easy, so 2 up, 2 down. I never say never, but regardless, if the Monarchs don't come back, you got to give credit to Pierre for at least, continuing to show that he's got some talent, and obviously Jack Decker at times tonight has been unhittable.
Yeah. When you look at the Pierce side, you can't be mad, but obviously you can't be happy.
Sure.
If they get shut out or whatever, they lose this game, because with what they have, 5 runs is not that bad. And you said it.
I said they got to score 5.
You said 5 runs.
Before we started the game.
I mean, you're not satisfied, but that is something to work with when you have 10 guys and 1 pitcher. So hats off to Jake Pierre and just being able to duke it out through the last 7 innings of work. He's 6 2/3 through, trying to put the finishing touches here, but you got to hand it to him. And then also Mason Malash earlier.
Yep, he was the MVP of the last game. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to, if it stays this way, give it to Jack Decker and maybe Jake Pierre, co-MVPs. You really give it to the opposing team. By the way, Donovan Reinhardt now at 1-2. The number 6 hitter. Here's Pierre trying to strike him out. He does! Gets him swinging. That strikeout number 4 for Jake Fruit-Shaped Pierre. And it's last chance time for the Monarchs. We head to the bottom of the 7th. They trail 5-0 here on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dale H. back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We start at the bottom of the 7th there. It's basically the bottom of the 9th. This is a 7-inning game. This is the second set of a doubleheader. And just to clean up something that happened earlier, we were mentioning we were going to find out what happened with Jake Pierre kind of being upset and taking his cap off twice. There being a little jawing between him and the umpire. And then Peter Riley came out the last inning, was very frustrated. There was a play a few innings ago where the runner basically just ran into St. Antoine at third, kind of put his hands up. And Jake Pierre thought it was going to be a foul ball. The umpire let the runner keep going. The run scored, so Pierre was a little hot under the collar, and that obviously attributed to a run that he didn't think he deserved to have. So it's been a little tense the last few innings here. Peter Riley, as you mentioned, when you took over in the 6th, he almost got thrown out. He was jawing with Tom Sansom on the I don't plate.
Yeah, he has switched from first base coach to third base coach because he didn't want to make that walk across to have the conversation.
All right, well, here's Jack Decker. He's got 7 Ks. It'll be Scoop Harden to lead it off, then Sam Thompson and Nate Saavedra. 7 Ks, a sub-1 ERA, and he has looked incredibly delightful if you're a Clippers fan tonight. And at times, as we mentioned, Tom, unhittable. It's 1-1 here on the leadoff hitter, Scoop Harden.
And even if you're not a Clippers fan, it's just fun to watch good baseball. So seeing
yeah.
him go out there and deal, I know it's against the Monarchs, but man, is it fun to see him drop pitches in, just dotting them up. But he's facing the meat and potatoes of this lineup right here. If they're going to score some runs, they got to do it right now with the 4-5-6.
And Tommy, obviously, you want to come back and win this game for the Monarchs, but if you could get a run or two across to give yourself a little good of a taste to come up for that, game on Sunday that you will be so kindly calling as I'm out of the Rocket against the Jetbox. And then you got 3 straight games against the Ice Haulers, and then the Royal Oak Leprechauns on Friday the 7th. We'll be here on July 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That foul to the right, so stays 2-2 on Scoop Harden. His father here early every game. Got to love the connection between father and son and all the great, actually really nice crowd for the second game here. Decent crowd for the first game, and it's cooled off in the 70s now, thank God. Press box originally was 114 degrees. I had to get a towel for my bag. That high and outside 3-2, and this will be a nice way to start the inning with a Scoop Harden walk. Jack Decker has been so good, though. He's moving towards 5-0 with a sub-1 ERA. He's got 20, and he does get him to swing and miss there. Now I was going to say he's got 8 Ks. And Tommy, how many is that for the season? I believe that's is it 33 now? He had 25 coming in, right?
Yeah,
he's got 30,
the league lead.
3 strikeouts, leads the league over Bobby Spencer Gifts of the Copperheads. That's just crazy.
That is absolutely crazy.
So good. Like we said,
33 strikeouts, but in the short amount of time that he has pitched. That is when he's averaging a strikeout and a half an inning. I mean,
yeah, his strikeouts per 9 is nuts. So Sam Thompson up now. He grounded out and walked in his first 2 appearances. Trying to get something going here. Down 0-1, and that ball floats in there. That's outside, though. So 1-1. And Jack Decker would move to 5-0. The Clippers would move to a league most wins, 15-2. They're tied with Lima right now as far as wins go, but they have the best percentage in the entire Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. They're working on what the Monarchs tried to do, or did last year when they were the best record in the league. 23-15, excuse me, and won the North. Here's the 2-1, and that in there for a strike. Not as delayed behind the plate, by the way, this second game is Tom Sandoval.
Yeah,
a lot of delayed calls in the first one.
Yeah, he was thinking about it. This guy's getting right down to it.
All right, here's the 2-2. 1 down, nobody on. Monarchs down 5-0, looking not to get swept.
Wow.
And he strikes him out looking. He's got 9 Ks in a 7-inning doubleheader game. If he gets one more to end the game, he'll have 10. And you looked it up earlier this year. He had 12 in a game.
Yeah, 12 and 7 2/3. So I guess, and you can see Thompson right there, kind of giving it to the home plate umpire again.
Yeah.
And look at Peter Riley over at third base, both hands out, looking at him, saying,
Riley.
"Where's that call?" But from our view, it looks like it's on the corner. Decker hasn't missed all day.
Nope.
He continues to dot up, and he's in the 7th inning. He's deep into his start here, and I mean, you got to give him a lot of credit, man. This is only pitch number 87 through 6 2/3.
Impressive, man. And it's Nate Saavedra up now, the 6th hitter, the right fielder. And that is going to drop, so the game is over. It's going to go over the head of Nick Hawkins at right, and scuttling to second is Nate Saavedra, so all hope not lost, at least break the shutout. And up next is Connor Cornwell, the designated hitter. I wonder if he wants to hit one over his brother's head in left field. I've been calling for that for the 3 games we've called against the Clippers.
Yeah, if he does something like that, drops it down the left field line, just like Saavedra did the right field line, you never know. It could bounce over his head, but that's the inexperience of opposing outfielders, not playing it deep enough and getting the bounce over their head to allow an extra base.
0 for 2 so far tonight on Cornwell, and he takes a ball. So runner on second, 2 down. Jack Decker trying to put the finishing touches on a 5-0 record and a sweep of the Monarchs here in this twin bill, one of the games made up from last week's rainout. Here's the 1-0. It is in there for a strike. 1-1 on Connor Can of Cornwell. And by the way, I meant to say, earlier this week's rain out, not last week. It's only Friday. I get my days mixed up. Dave Matthews this week, the Rocket. I got to see you again, Tom. It was very exciting.
That's a week, man.
And swung on and fouled back. So down to their final strike is the Monarchs, trying to avoid dropping to 6 and 11 through 17. And the clip joint trying to go to 15 and 2 and have the most wins in the entire league so far this year. Here's the 1-2, final hope time for the Monarchs. Here comes the delivery from Decker. Cornwell swings it right through him, and it goes into the outfield. And guess what? Here goes the shutout. There might be a small, no, there isn't a play at the plate. And it easy is scoop hard, check Nick Saavedra, and the shutout over. Listen, you take nothing away from Jack Decker. It's going to happen. He's pitched 7 innings, or about to pitch 7 innings. But that's one positive you can take if you're the Monarchs. It's been a rough couple of games tonight. They got smoked in the first game. Jake Peer pitched pretty solid in the second game, but the offense was non-existent. The majority of the team's been in Alaska for the last week plus. You got to run across, no shutout against maybe the best pitcher in the league. That's something, Tommy.
Yeah, no, you got to take the positives out of the whole bunch of negatives.
It's a long season.
It is a long season, and if you're Decker on the other side, yeah, it hurts the ERA a little bit, but at the same time, you had yourself a heck of a start, man. Almost 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, that might put him just over 1, which is still ridiculous, best in the league. And now up is Jason Dower, the center fielder. Dower so far tonight with a single and a strikeout looking. Here's the 0-1, 2 down, Monarchs down 5-1. Can they get some 2-out magic? Oh, and he goes around, so it's 0-2 and back down to their final strike. Worked out well last time. Will it work out for Dower in a dire situation? Pun intended. It's not really a pun, but I like it. Here's the 0-2. Decker delivers outside, 1-2. Monarchs still alive. And here comes Sam Lisiak, the catcher, to discuss something, maybe late-night club plans with Jack Decker or possibly what they're going to do tomorrow on the lake. What would you think he told him right there? Just to calm down and just end this thing?
Yeah, you're 1 pitch away. You're up 4, 1 pitch away. They're going to need a whole heck of a lot more base runners and hits to be able to come back in this. So
it's so much command, though. It's got to be weird for him, and that one swung on and fouled back. So nice at bat here, Brewing, trying to stay alive and keep things going is Jason Dower with Cornwell on first base. He drove in the only run of this game, scoring Saavedra, and a ball that dropped by Nick Hawkins in right.
It's another thing, though, Dan. If you're a catcher, one of your jobs is to know your pitchers individually, how they operate, and how they work mentally.
The quarterback of the infield. And that one smack towards first. It's going to be gobbled up by Arbogast, and that's going to do it. The sweep is on. And big praise to the Clippers. They got a hell of a pitcher in Jake Decker. He went 7 full. 9 strikeouts allowed, just 1 run. And if you put these 2 games together, not to depress you, Tommy, Clippers won 22-3. 22-3. And remember, this Clippers team scored 20 runs on the Monarchs on last Friday, and they're scoring runs in bunches. So there's a reason they are now 15-2 and the best record in the league. Monarchs dropped to 6-11. And as we said, Tom, I think you'll agree with me. I think that we're going to have some co-MVPs. You don't want to just give one to the opposing team. Obviously, Jake Decker, but I think you got to give Jake Peer a co-MVP because, yes, he gave up 5 earned runs, but he was the only pitcher. It was all him tonight no matter what after he had Castillo and Malish go in game number 1. And I think that Jake Peer, coming off that complete game shutout, the 9-inning complete game shutout against the Jetbox last week, I've been really impressed with this young player that just came onto the Monarchs. I think he deserves some praise and gets our co-player of the game tonight.
I 100% agree. I mean, kind of like a guy like Jonas St. Antoine who joins the team and immediately makes an impact. He did all that he could for this team. He knew that he was going to go out there for 7 full innings and deliver his best ball that he could throw. And he gave up 10 hits, but this is a very, very good team. He's not going to give up 10 hits in those 7 strong innings against anybody else in this league like this Clip team. You got yourself 4 strikeouts as well with just 2 walks. I mean, you can't. That's a pretty solid day for Jake Peer. You got to give your hats off to him because he fought, he battled. A little bit on the offensive side, the Monarchs lacked, and if they gave him a few more runs, Peer could have came out of this with a nice W.
Well, the Clippers will host the Monarchs tomorrow. Then the great Tom Cavanaugh, as I'm out to the Rocket on Sunday, we'll have the game against the Jetbox. It'll be a 7:05 first pitch on Sunday night. Then we'll have all those games against the Ice Haulers and the Leprechauns Tuesday on July 4th through Friday, July 7th. Always right here on all these different channels, YouTube, Meredix, Facebook, Twitter. Please continue to share and tune in. We love you all. Thanks to all the Clippers fans that watched us tonight. We know you love us, and we love you. But most importantly, to anyone that is hearing the sound of our voices right now, we truly appreciate you being a part of the Monarchs broadcast, the Monarchs family. Obviously, it didn't go the way we wanted it to tonight, Tommy, but this Monarchs team, they're learning. The rest of the team from Alaska will be back, and hopefully they can have a nice jaunt. We're not really at the halfway point yet. We're getting close to it, but maybe the second half of the season will be really, really good stuff for this Monarchs team, as they've had to face a lot of adversity. A lot of times teams that do that can really turn things around.
Yeah, I think they got a great chance because that first month of June was rocky. They started out on a pretty decent start, but you got a lot of home games on this back half in July. There's going to be a lot of good baseball played here. As you said, the entire team's coming back together. I think they're really going to gel, and when Coach Caldwell, as long as Coach Castillo come back, they're going to help this team become more of a team, and that's going to pay dividends later on, especially down moving into July.
And I think it'll be exciting, too, for the guys to come back to Alaska, share their stories with the guys, here, and they can talk about the good moments like the Jake Peer complete game shout-out. I think it's going to create some excitement and some camaraderie because they've been gone for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And that could lead to some cohesion that will help things along as well when they have their full complement of players. But that's going to do it for us tonight. Goodbye to the aunt and uncle. Love them.
Yeah, big shout-out to Uncle John and Aunt Beth.
Uncle John and Aunt
Beth.
Aunt Beth. Beth rocks. A little more than John, but John's cool, too.
You'll see them at Benstein Grill sometime.
We're all going together. Tom, always a pleasure. Great job.
Well, thank you.
Even in losses, we have a great time, and that's what it's all about. And we hope we have better news to report next time. Tom, we'll have the broadcast on July 2nd, Sunday night, pregame, right around 7 o'clock or so, and then the first pitch at 7:05, and then Tom and I will be back together on Tuesday, July 4th. Happy birthday, America, for a July 4th night game against the Ice Haulers. That'll be a 7:05 first pitch as well. Tommy, great job.
Thank you, too, Dan.
Until next time, thank you all so much for tuning in. For Tom Cavanaugh, Garrett Primetime Pogrovich, Kyle Chapman, and Nick Pointevedra. St. Nick Nowatsky, and Peter Riley, and Jim DeSanta, and Tim Riley specifically. He's a great egg. And Anthony, and all of you. We'll see you next time. Once again, the final score in Game 1, 17-2. Game 2, 5-1. That's going to do it for us. Until next time, Dan Leach saying, keep reaching for the stars, believe in the dream. Squatch is out of here.